discuss planned government efficiency cuts and what that could mean for the agency, which has already fired a number of probationary employees. President Trump will impose sweeping new tariffs this week on what he's calling Liberation Day Wednesday, April 2nd. And he says reciprocal tariffs will be imposed on imports from dozens of countries.
The tariffs will be far more generous than those countries were to us, meaning they will be kinder than those countries were to the United States of America over the decades.
And NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 members, including Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, are expected to hold a news conference today detailing their recent mission at the International Space Station. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
With Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Walter Sterling.
It's not good to get fired. There are no lessons to be learned from getting fired or losing something that's important to you or getting evicted. You'll get stronger if you get poor, if you get evicted, if you need food stamps. No, you don't. Those are bad experiences.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for the veteran community at Team Foster's Rough Ride Philly event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on May 31st at the 23rd Street Armory. Part competition and part festival. You can ride for 15 minutes or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Philly at roughride.org. That's roughride.org.
Since the dawn of Major League Baseball, every player has honed their unique skills.
Judge, drilled deep to left. Ohtani connects and it's gone. Steen strikes out the side. Bobby Witt Jr. throws in time. Harper does it again.
Witness the heroes of the game in ballparks nationwide. Get your tickets today at MLB.com/tickets. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
When the new trading week starts this morning, the hope is the markets will bounce back after Friday's tough session when the Dow lost 716, the S&P 500 112, and the NASDAQ 481. All of the indices down more than 5% this month. The S&P tracking for its worst month since September of 2022. The NASDAQ its worst since December of 2022. Both in correction territory. That after tough inflation news Friday, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index up 0.3% in February. For year to year, it was up 2.5%. Excluding food and energy, the core monthly increase 0.4% and 2.8% year to year, all higher than expected. Wednesday is what President Trump has targeted as reciprocal tariff day with other countries, increasing concern amongst investors and consumers about what will take place. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's been admitted since the Army helicopter passenger plane crash over D.C. in January that the Federal Aviation Administration missed trends and failed to address collision risks at Reagan National Airport.
We are looking at hotspots or mixed traffic areas around the nation.
Acting FAA Administrator Chris Rocheleau at a Senate hearing about air traffic safety and efficiency in general. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says changes are coming.
In government, it takes way too long. So technology changes and money changes and administrations change. We have to do this fast, which is why we need the partnership from the Congress to give us the money up front. The best ideas and the best technology available in the world, we're going to build in the system.
Secretary Duffy at a White House cabinet meeting last week. Despite anxiety about the D.C. crash, a close call in Chicago, and other incidents, flying is still by far the safest mode of transportation in the U.S., safer than it's ever been in terms of fatalities, but the system is stretched thin.
The system is extremely safe, but we buy safety at the expense of efficiency.
David Grizzle has 4 decades of experience as an aviation industry executive. He was the FAA's chief operations officer in charge of air traffic control from 2011 to 2013.
The system is very inefficient. That's the reason we have so many delays. But because the technology is so archaic, we're at a point now where our incredibly gifted controllers are no longer able to maintain it and keep it from having unscheduled outages. And those unscheduled outages cannot be managed with inefficiency. And so the system is extremely safe, but we are approaching an inflection point.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the last time I actually used or even saw a floppy disk, and they're still used in airspace tracking systems. I mean, not the big ones with the hole in them, I guess, the little 3-inch ones. But what are those used for, and how many iterations of technology have there been since then?
You have to realize we're more running and maintaining a technology museum than we are managing an air traffic control system. And yes, we do have some floppy disks with the big hole, the 8-inch floppy disk. And so they have missed multiple iterations of technology, both in the storage, the memory area, but also, and probably more importantly, in the communication area. You've heard Secretary Duffy talk about this.
Well, what is Sean Duffy trying to do here that other administrations haven't? I mean, he's talking about new infrastructure, new technology, and relatively fast.
We have never, in my 40-year career in aviation, had a secretary who was as massively engaged as Secretary Duffy is. He not only has the provocation, the call to attention of the DCA accident, but when he is waded into the FAA, he clearly gets it. He understands what he's seeing, and he knows he has the support of the president to actually do something about it.
This goes back decades. It isn't like suddenly the FAA is behind. When and why did it start falling behind where you think it should be? Or was it just drip, drip, drip over many, many administrations?
It has been largely drip, drip, drip. However, the lagging accelerated in the mid-2010s. Around 2010, the lag began to accelerate. And it's the result of constantly interrupted congressional appropriations that have never been at a sufficient level to replace our technology. Keep in mind that over 90% of the FAA's technology budget is devoted to maintaining equipment that is outdated, that they have been unable to remove from the system.
Yeah, so it's like putting money into a car that should have been junked.
Yes, it's like putting money into a car where they're no longer manufacturing the gas for it in many places. I mean, you've got to realize that multiple systems that the FAA uses no longer have spare parts manufactured for them. They no longer teach people in schools how to repair this technology. In an airplane, if a card goes out in the flight director, someone comes in, pulls out the card, and replaces it with a new one. At the FAA, someone comes in, pulls out the card, and then sits down with a soldering gun and starts to repair it.
Great. You mentioned appropriations. You said, look, these funding fights every year has to stop. Even when shutdowns are threatened, it's a problem. Is there a way to keep that funding predictable and constant and not affected by politics every year?
Yes, there are structures within the federal government where funding is not interrupted when there is a budget failure or a debt limit failure. And I know that Secretary Duffy is looking at some of these structures, but there are alternatives out there that can stop the interruption of funding, which is so costly. I don't know that Congress fully understands the tens of millions of dollars that the FAA spends preparing for a budget interruption that doesn't in fact occur.
You mean, what's the money go toward? Just staffing up or whatever in anticipation?
It has to do with having to instruct the contractors to begin to shut down. Mm-hmm. And so the contractors can't find themselves arriving at a budget failure and then having to lay people off or stop systems from running. And so the FAA issues an order to the contractors for them to prepare for a potential shutdown. And they begin incurring costs that are not part of the actual program cost. And then once they have a budget assurance, they have startup costs all over again.
Are these problems that have been going on, like you said, accelerated over the last, 15-ish years? Is this a funding thing, or is it regulations, is it red tape, or is it intractable leadership that's just kind of stuck?
It's three things. It is funding, primarily, but in addition, it is the federal procurement system, which is designed in order to deliver systems that are late and over budget. The FAA has alternative procurement authority, but it has never used it. And that brings up the third factor, which is the lack of aggressive and purposeful leadership who are willing to use the tools that are in fact available under the FAA special entitlements.
We talked a lot about technology and haven't really talked about air traffic control yet. The shortage of air traffic controllers is also not new. Is it stress? Is it pay? So is it attrition, or is it recruitment, or both?
The problem is that we are at a generational high time of retirements and attrition from people just being burned out. And we have not developed our training capacity and systems in order to accommodate that. We know what we need to do. We need to expand the training academy in Oklahoma City. We need to put modern simulator technology into the facilities in order to train the controllers on the particular positions that they are going to work. And then finally, we have a very useful system called the Advanced College Training Initiative, where the students are trained in a college the way any other professional is, and then they can actually enter the facilities and go to the boards immediately.
Like right out of school.
Exactly. And we have underutilized that over the last 10 years. But again, Secretary Duffy is prepared to utilize that to the fullest extent we possibly can.
Yeah, he says he wants to hire 2,000 air traffic controllers just this year, which wouldn't make up for all the shortfall, but it would, obviously cut into it. Where in the past have air traffic controllers been hired from? Is there any common background, or we'll just train anybody we think is qualified?
They are given a very acute aptitude test to determine whether they are likely to succeed in the training. And once they have passed that aptitude test, they are hired into the Oklahoma training facility. They come from all over the place. It's a very varied group of people who choose to become air traffic controllers, but they're all unified by having demonstrated aptitude for the task.
When the helicopter and plane crash happened over D.C., President Trump blamed in part these diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Now, is that fair? Did those policies, do you think, contribute to the shortage recently because it's locking people out? Or the other view is that they were created in the first place to alleviate a shortage by broadening the recruitment?
The uncertainty over those policies caused the FAA to miss some hiring cycles. And so it did, in fact, contribute to the shortage of controllers that we are still suffering from today.
Do other countries have the same shortages with ATC, with just personnel?
Largely, no. Our shortage is significantly different. It's of a quantum magnitude greater than other countries experience. And again, it's because we have not modernized our training systems the way most other countries have.
I don't know how much is going to get done in the next couple of months. What do you expect for the summer travel season?
The airlines have already pulled down capacity this summer as they did in the prior summer. And so I do not think you will have flight delays that are significantly greater than what you have seen previously. However, because there's lower capacity, you may very well see higher prices.
Yeah. So we're going to get you there on time, but you might pay more to do it because we can't have as many planes in the air.
We got fewer seats flying people around.
Yeah. David Grizzle, thanks for coming on the rundown. Former FAA Chief Operations Officer, longtime Continental Airlines executive, an airline I quite liked before the merger. David, thank you very much. Good to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Trump expressing frustration Sunday with Russian President Vladimir Putin for not coming to a ceasefire peace agreement with Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky.
I was disappointed in a certain way. Some of the things that were said over the last day or two having to do with Zelensky, because when he considers Zelensky not credible, he's supposed to be making a deal with him.
The president threatening additional tariffs on Russian oil if no new deal is reached. Doge head Elon Musk reportedly expected to visit the CIA today at the request of Director John Ratcliffe to discuss planned government efficiency cuts and what that might mean for the agency. And the death toll from the 7.7 magnitude earthquake in Burma has now passed 1,700 as more bodies are pulled from the rubble. 3,400 others were injured, another 300 missing. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
For just the second time since the NCAA men's basketball tournament expanded to 64 teams, all 4 number 1 seeds are headed to the Final Four. Auburn and Houston won on Sunday to join Duke and Florida. In the women's tournament, 2 Final Four tickets have been punched. Defending national champion South Carolina on its way to a 5th straight Final Four. UCLA is headed to its first. Tonight, UConn plays USC. Texas plays TCU to decide the other 2 women's spots. NASCAR at Martinsville Sunday, Denny Hamlin collected career win number 55, tying Rusty Wallace for 11th on the all-time list. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
If the unintended consequence of it or the reaction is that it drives the market up for a trade, great. Sure. Because you could always be talked out of it. I mean, if the trade is sweet enough and someone wants the guy bad enough and is willing to give up their franchise for it, and you get enough first-round picks and a player or whatever you want, I would go into everything so open-minded that I'm never locking into one thing. Like, hey, right now the plan is we really like this quarterback. We don't have a quarterback. We're going to take the quarterback, Cam Ward. And we like the kid and all that, and we feel comfortable with that. And we're going to show everyone we feel great about it. But in doing so, if someone is bound and determined and wants him that much more and offers us something we can't turn down, we'll consider it. That's the way I would go into it if I'm the Titans, and I think that's what they're doing. But Hutton, I think the end result's going to be Cam Ward will be the number 1 pick of the Titans. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Shakeup in the executive suite at Warner Brothers Discovery. Sources say the CEO is meeting with potential replacements for film studio heads Michael DeLuca and Pamela Abdi. The pair's future at the studio uncertain due to Warner Brothers' continued struggles, including disappointing box office performances. Warner Brothers set to showcase upcoming films at the CinemaCon convention with its next release, a Minecraft movie projected to bring over $55 million in U.S. and Canadian theaters. The outlook for mortgage rates improving a little bit. Strategic Research Group of Fannie Mae expects rates to end 2025 at 6.3% on a 30-year fix, and 2026 just slightly lower than that. Last week, Freddie Mac said rates for 30-year loans were 6.65%. If you're looking for a home, a new bank rate survey finds housing affordability is slipping away. The amount of income needed to afford a median price home is increased by 50% since 2020. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Jessica with Sea Crane. Natural disasters continue to disrupt our lives, highlighting the importance of communication tools you can count on. This year alone, we've witnessed the devastating impact of wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tornadoes. In these moments of crisis, radio is a lifeline. When power grids fail and cell towers go down, radio broadcasts continue to provide critical information and a sense of connection. There's something reassuring about the simplicity and reliability of radio. When you're without power, Sea Crane's high-quality, American-designed radios with long-range reception and voice-focused audio keep you informed. They can even alert you to a weather emergency. To get more information or receive a free catalog, give us a call at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863. Or visit us online at ccradio.com. That's ccradio.com.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
We're always loving our McDonald's opening night t-shirt. Fans 15 and over can snag one at CBP on Wednesday, April 2nd when the Phils host the Rockies at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is two for the price of one. Snag two for $5 on the first Hatfield Phillies Franks BOGO night, Monday, April 14th when the Phils host the Giants at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, the final day of March 31st. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media. At 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Harry Mays will join us at 7:45 for my favorite edition of the Cut Sheet on a Monday.
Let's go, Harry.
He'll be joining us in an hour and 45 minutes. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Happy Monday to you.
Happy Monday. Happy Phil's home opener day.
That is correct. Dawn gets set for her trip to Italy in a matter of days. Gregory!
Hey!
Hey-o.
How are you? Hey-o. How you doing? Good, good. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's get this thing started.
Nice weekend out of the Phils. Braves lost 4 straight. Mets lost 2 out of 3. Couldn't ask for much more. I'll take that. We got a lot of good things to get to on the show today, including a big take where you look at the left and you look at the right and you see how one is obsessed on little things, still searching for an identity. Meanwhile, the Trump administration on a completely different level right now. We'll also get into the possibility of a third term for Donald J. Trump. This could be my favorite, quote, serious topic of the day. And then, in Texas, could you get pulled over for DWC? That means driving while caffeinated. AKA, if you've done 6 hours of radio and you've drank 8 cups of coffee and you're flying home in your MAGA minivan, could Dawn Stensland be the first Pennsylvania resident to get a DWC? We'll talk about it.
I love this story. This is my favorite story.
It's right up there.
Yeah.
It is right up there. Also,
driving while under the influence of caffeine.
Woo. Yeah. We'll get to that. Elon Musk and his fiscal claims that don't seem to add up. We'll talk about it. And the White House cancels an anti-Trump comedian. Talk about that story as well. And an epic cut sheet. I actually think the cut sheet could be the best part of the day.
No.
Woo. You disagree?
Nah, I'm just kidding. Of course it is. You know how long I work on these things? I'm the only program director that does
a cut sheet,
40 cuts a day. The only program director.
Yeah, most brand managers are like, hey, did your producer create you a cut sheet for your show today? And then the host just kind of like weaves them in when he sees fit. It's never really dedicated to a cut sheet.
Yeah.
But I've been there, trust me.
Every other program director has, let's have meetings to see how your show's doing. No.
Well, there's no reason to have meetings about the shows at this station because, well, quite frankly.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Yeah, you just stay out of the way. You don't touch a train that ain't broke. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get down to business. We got a lot of good stuff to get to. Round number 1 of the news at 6:02. Did we start early today?
We did. Yeah, we did.
Well, we started 5:58?
Yeah.
All right.
Everybody wants the 6 o'clock hour. Nobody wants the 5 o'clock hour. As far as advertising goes.
All right. Don't get any ideas about starting at 5:30 like some music shows.
We used to. I used
No
to do
way.
news at 5:30.
Are you serious?
Yep. Yeah, we're not doing that again.
That's a deal breaker.
The show's long enough. We're not doing it again.
That's a deal breaker. I'm trying to go down. I'm trying to cut it from 4 to 3, not go to 4 and a half.
There's no chance you're cutting it from 4 to 3.
All right, sounds good.
Sorry.
You got it.
Sorry.
All right.
Good talk.
Yeah, good talk. I'll look for my next thing to gripe about.
Is Dawn really going to do 6.5 hours of news? Or
that would be outrageous.
Of show?
No, if I were her, I would quit.
Yeah.
Or demand double. All right, let's get down to it. Round number 1 of the news. Dawn Stensland, take it away.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live this Monday morning. Yes, it's March 31st, and we are sponsored in our 6 a.m. news by Piazza Auto Group. In the news, and there's so much happening with our opening day for our Philadelphia Phillies, but let's talk about over the weekend because it was the end of Ramadan. There were celebrations that were supposed to be. It was supposed to be a celebratory day, but in North Philadelphia, those Ramadan celebrations actually took a violent turn. So Philadelphia police say 12 people are under arrest, 11 of them juveniles, underage, tragically here, and all were cited for various violations, mostly disorderly conduct, as well as just a failure to disperse for crowd disbursement when police were just trying to do that with large crowds. So we have Philadelphia police working with Temple University Police. They responded to a shooting. This was on the 1400 block of Cecil B. Moore. Happened around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, yesterday afternoon. Happened in a parking lot right next to an alleyway. 15-year-old was shot in the arm. So that 15-year-old in the hospital this morning, reported in serious condition. And then families were all inside. They were gathering inside the Leah Chorus Center, actually. They were the ones celebrating the end of Ramadan. So it's unfortunate that we had this. It's supposed to be a time of peace, supposed to be a religious and faith-based, family-based celebration. That shooting remains under investigation. But the 12 people, they are under arrest. And most of them, like I say, juveniles. So they'll be processed through the juvenile court system.
So they'll be protected. We won't get identities or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line there. So we have that one going on. And we also had, many gathering. It was a big weekend. Our Philadelphia Eagles Huddle Up for Autism event also yesterday. So they took over Lincoln Financial Field for the Eagles Huddle Up for Autism event, and they partner every year with Children's Hospital of Philadelphia with CHOP. And so it's a great event. If you've never been to it, I highly recommend it. A lot of fun. They have all the mascots out there. And also, I think everybody was fired up for our Phillies home opener today. So a lot of people thinking, being sports minded. But every year they donate, a ton of money, and they gather up a lot of money every single year. Eagles, obviously, this has been, 17 years that they've been doing this Autism for Huddle event, and they raise money for research as well as CHOP. So this year they raised more than $217,000, but clearly over the 17 years they've raised millions of dollars, all for this great local nonprofit. So we have that going on.
$217,000. That's only $100,000 more than we did for TMF. I got to tell you, I think that really highlights how good of a job we did. How about that?
Agreed.
Yeah, we
Thank
hung
you.
in there with the
Look
Eagles. Look at us.
Come on.
Yeah. By the way, did they invite Elon Musk?
Oh, Elon was busy in Wisconsin speaking.
Oh, that's true.
Yes.
Yeah.
He had donated the $1 million each to two different people, and those $100 checks for people who donated to his PAC, much like he did here in Pennsylvania, and it was challenged in the courts there and here, and he prevailed. So they have the big election tomorrow.
Mhm.
This election.
Did you see how much money he's pumped into that?
Oh, yeah,
by the way,
20 million.
Is it 80?
Yeah, it's far
yeah.
and it's far and above by more than anyone else. So when everybody on this side of the aisle starts talking about quote unquote boogeyman, billionaire boogeyman, just remember Elon Musk. That's all I'm saying.
I might actually, it's funny you say that. I was jotting a couple of things down last night. I think the number 80 million that Musk has pumped into this?
I saw a
into
graph.
Wisconsin?
I saw a graph, and Elon Musk is far and away the leader in pumping money into this race.
Yeah, here it is. The election. This is The Guardian. I think you sent this last night. The election has become the most expensive judicial election in American history, with more than $80 million spent on both sides so far. Might do a big take on Elon Musk against George Soros in the battle for control of the globe.
I just want to hear the words Musk-funded judges. Since we always hear Soros-funded DAs, I want to hear Musk-funded judges.
Oh, he's throwing a turd in the punch bowl already, folks. Get ready.
But we agree with him, so it's okay. It's okay.
Unfortunately, judges and DAs are political, and I hate that. I think that's one of the reasons why, that plus I hated law school. I don't think I could ever be a bought and paid for individual when it comes to the criminal justice system. I just want consistency in the application and the interpretation of law. That's what I want.
Okay. I will just say that until we change Citizens United, which was a horrible Supreme Court ruling where corporations are citizens or individuals, that's really, if we want to get our Venn diagram out and we want to do the root cause, as somebody once said.
I love Venn diagrams.
Yes, thank you. But in all seriousness, the problem is that ruling, that we should just cut all of that out. And so, yeah, if you get your graphics out, Greg Stocker, and you look at, for example, in the last election, there were a ton of billionaires, before they switched to the other side, who were donating to Democrats. And so the problem probably is that corporations are not billionaires, and we should return it the way it was. The Citizens United ruling is the real problem.
I'm going to take a completely different stance. I actually don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever.
I do.
People have money. They want to.
Corporations are not citizens.
Pump that money into elections. I have no problem with that. But we can't be Soros funded. It's not. It's the same thing with Musk. It's just that you agree with this side.
So in a perfect world, would you like to see money out of politics, even though that'll never ever happen?
It's never going to happen.
I know.
So it's a pipe dream.
Okay. I'm just saying, if you could have it that way, would you rather it be a free-for-all as a capitalist or no money in politics? And I know it's a complete fantasy hypothetical.
I would like to see no money in politics, yes.
Yeah, I think most people would.
Yeah.
And maybe not a year-long, a year-plus long campaign for anything.
Yeah.
That would kind of be nice, too.
I agree, yep.
So real quick, I'll say here as we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Philadelphia Phillies play the Rockies in the first of a 3-game series, our home opener. So we're very excited for our home opener today, 3:05.
Yeah.
The real question is, Will we get this game in? There is reported rain and rocky weather with a high of 76 degrees, but it looks like right now we'll get it in just fine.
Yeah, I was looking at the hour by hour this morning, and it looks like 6:30, 7:30. The rain's going to start. I mean, it's an 80% chance, so it's definitely going to rain. But it doesn't look like until later. So
will fans be able to get their s'mores quesadilla for the first time?
If you're going down to the game today, Henry Machette from the Dom Show will be down there. He'll be doing live call-ins starting at I guess noon.
Okay.
So yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah, 3:05 first pitch on MLB Network.
So during the Hyundai Getaway Sales event, get 2.9% financing for 72 months on the 2028 Tucson, Santa Fe, or Elantra. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester for all the details, or shop online, piazzahyundai.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our first edition.
The YouTube chat is already on me because I must say this because so-and-so is my boss, so I have to defend him.
Right.
Boy, are you people delusional. Oh, my Lord. You have no idea. You guys have no idea.
I will be sending the Soros spanking machine video in the hall right here.
You have to say this. You have to say this because he's a boss.
The Soros spanking machine. Greg's going to go into it.
I don't have to say anything.
But Greg likes it.
I don't have to say anything.
Likes
notice by what I say. I'm not here to make friends and,
Oh, man, he's ready to go. It's going to be a week.
Yeah, it's Monday.
Let's have a
Monday.
week.
Come on, let's go. Come on. Come on. Who wants to fight? Come on. Come on.
Stalker might get pulled over for a DWC. Driving while crazy.
Carl says Monday morning miserable stalker.
It's my favorite stalker.
You're damn right, man. I was just like, that alarm went off this morning, and I'm just like, nope, not today, Satan. Not today.
You will not win. All right, let's get down to business. 6:12 on a Monday. It's time for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Small gains versus big goals. Last week was a very interesting week for the Democrats and the Trump administration. The left tried to turn a communication mistake into a tragedy. It wasn't. The left tried to double down on state-funded media. It goes against what America stands for. Meanwhile, Republicans shooting for major reform. The DOJ and FBI trying to curb domestic terrorism while simultaneously deporting imported terrorism in the form of illegal aliens and their connection to deadly gangs. Trump has signed off on a ton of executive orders regarding education and could very well be putting an end to sanctuary cities in the coming days. If you look at the stark contrast in the motives of the two parties, they couldn't be any more different. And this past weekend perfectly encapsulates the two different visions. Trump is focused on the economy with the implementation of tariffs, illegal immigration, and rounding up the bad guys for deportation, and putting an end to the war in Europe. Democrats, meanwhile, are having a civil war of their own that stems around an identity crisis, loud commentary, no true leader, and figuring out what is a viable path to victory moving forward because woke doesn't work anymore. Democrats had a few small special election victories in the last week, another one on tap tomorrow in Wisconsin, but it's hardly a comeback. So how is Donald Trump and MAGA doing? Well, here was the latest polling results from CBS News and Face the Nation. Listen and watch.
This is a story about balance, and the things that are going well in the public mind for him is his handling of immigration, which is still net positive, and his deportation program is still net positive and popular.
Trump has a 50% approval rating overall in the latest CBS News YouGov poll, but he stands at 58% approval with immigration and deportation. On the other side, you have crazy left-wingers and their obsession with destroying Teslas to spite Elon Musk and instill fear in Americans. And it's happening here locally as well. Here was 6ABC with the news in Bucks County. Listen and watch.
Vandalizing a Tesla outside a Planet Fitness in Doylestown on Monday morning. The victim says he found a swastika scratched into the side of the Tesla and then checked the vehicle surveillance video, which, well, recorded the incident. Employees at Planet Fitness were able to identify the man. Central Bucks Regional Police say he faces criminal mischief, harassment, and disorderly conduct.
Well, the Doylestown Dum-Dum is identified as 55-year-old Chad Rittenbaugh. According to his LinkedIn page, he is described as, quote, an accomplished sales and operations management professional with 20-plus years of international experience in the hospitality and travel industries. He can now update his page and include soon-to-be convicted criminal. But let's stay with the theme of F around and find out, shall we? I'm old enough to remember people telling me that Donald Trump was Putin's puppet. Here's Philly girl Kristen Welker on NBC's Meet the Press yesterday. Listen and watch.
Just hours ago, President Trump called me to tell me he is, quote, pissed off with Russia's President Putin and threatened to impose secondary tariffs on Russia's oil. Quote, if Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I am going to put secondary tariffs on all oil coming out of Russia. Mr. Trump said 25% tariffs on Russian oil could happen any moment and told me he plans to speak with President Putin this week. The president told me, quote, I was very angry, pissed off when Putin started getting into Zelensky's credibility and started talking about new leadership in Ukraine.
Pissed off, calling Kristen Welker? Does that sound like a man who's bending the knee to Russia? Methinks Orange Man's turning into Red Man if a deal doesn't get done. And I like that. This absurd, pointless war has gone on for far too long and needs to come to a close. But what about here, domestically? Tariffs go into place coming up on Wednesday, April 2nd. And you know the left will be peddling fear about the what-ifs. Well, if history is our guiding principle from the first time around, America is set to prosper. Here's Peter Navarro with Shannon Bream Sunday on Fox News. Listen and watch.
Trusted Trump. We have the example from the first term. We know that we imposed historically high tariffs on China. We imposed aluminum and steel tariffs. We imposed on washing machines, on solar. And all we got out of that, Shannon, all we got out of that was prosperity and price stability. And the reason why we're not going to see inflation is because the foreigners are going to eat most of it. They have to. We're the biggest market in the world, Shannon. And they have to be here. They have to be here. And so they're going to cut their prices to absorb that. But the bigger picture here is restoring the American manufacturing base. We don't have that. We're an assembly thing.
You know, we talk a ton about ditching college and the absurd costs along with the ideologies and moving to the trades on this show. If this manufacturing reboot occurs, there's going to be a lot of good-paying, hands-on blue-collar jobs coming to Americans. So will the companies follow suit? Well, United Auto Workers President Sean Fain told CBS the following. Listen and watch.
There is plenty of opportunity, and I've had companies tell us point blank that they're going to have to bring product back here if those tariffs are implemented.
So Trump is focused on the meats and the potatoes. The Democrats and the far-left progressives, they're still meddling around in the appetizers and the hors d'oeuvres. Here was Bill Maher Friday night with California Governor Gavin Newsom as they talk about Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Listen and watch.
Okay, so John Fetterman was in the news today. He said, if we're talking about the Democratic Party, he said, if we don't get our together, we're going to be a permanent minority.
I agree.
I agree as well. Fetterman is completely spot on. The Democrat Party now sitting at a favorability rating of 26% with Americans. Why? Well, because they've catered to and continue to cater to the fringes. They don't cater to who Trump caters to, which is the masses. Here's Bill Maher chatting with John McWhorter, professor at Columbia and columnist at the New York Times. Listen and watch.
You mentioned the word woke. I want to bring this into this because I've had this discussion with a lot of people who don't like the fact that the meaning of the word woke has changed. And I just say to them, it's crowdsourcing. You cannot control it. I get it. It triggers you because you think of the original meaning of woke, which is alert to injustice, which we're all for. But then, I'm sorry, it became something else. The crowd decided that it was the word we're using for too far leftist crazy. It means eye roll. It means something stupid, in my view. And I just would love to know what you think about that.
It was inevitable that was going to happen because a certain small but influential crowd of people were really obnoxious in 2020 and 2021. And so woke came to have that meaning.
It led to victory in 2020 and has single-handedly eroded the Democrat Party ever since. But last but not least, we have perhaps my favorite moment of the weekend. Do all of you happen to recall the illegal alien who doubled down as a social media influencer here in the United States? You might recall he was on platforms like Instagram and TikTok telling other illegal aliens how to squat in American homes. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. Listen and watch.
He pensado invadir una casa en United States, ya que me enteré que existe una ley que dice que si una casa no está habitada, podemos expropiarla. Capichi, muchachos?
Leonel Moreno, he invaded America in 2022 under Biden's open border. And guess what? The Trump administration has found him and deported him. Hey, Mr. Moreno, how do you say your time is up in Espanol? Perhaps Democrats can translate that for you on your way out. Because one party right now is carrying out the mandate of Americans that voted for this, the majority. And the other, well, they're catering to Jasmine Crockett, who's auditioning for a lead role. One side is delivering results. Granted, there's been some drama along the way. The other side is just dishing out continual rhetoric. And that's the big take.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's. And the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Most of us don't fit in the clothes we wore 30 years ago. And financial advice from 30 years ago doesn't fit either. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company. 626. Happy Monday morning to all of you. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Big Take was brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Your reaction to some of the stuff in the Big Take. You can reach us on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat and take a break from banging on Stalker and join the real conversation of the show. All right, Dawn, get your thoughts here. I look at Trump and I see, wow, okay, you called Kristen Welker right before her Sunday show and said, quote, "I'm pissed at Putin. You're putting in tariffs into play on Wednesday. We'll see how that plays out." Meanwhile, the Democrats are just fumbling around and their followers are keying Teslas in a parking lot of Planet Fitness in Doylestown. Your thoughts on the two stark contrasts right now of the directions of the parties?
Well, I think first and foremost, number one, the Democrats have just lost their way and they're just searching for an identity. Number one. Number two, as far as this look of, and I know there were many of you from our area, you were out. Thank you for being out at the local Tesla dealerships, showing your patriotism, waving flags, because there were protests over the weekend. I just don't think it's a good look ever to protest a business that's in a community. I just think that's craziness. And so the Democrats continue to look crazy. I mean, not all Democrats, the progressives are the ones out doing things like, violence, starting fires, throwing Molotov cocktails, impeding other Tesla drivers on the roadways.
Mm-hmm.
None of this is a good look. You just look crazy.
You do.
So the party of common sense always prevails.
I look at the levels to which they are going, and I'm all for protesting a business. You want to many others protested Bud Light, Target, Kohl's. I didn't throw a Molotov cocktail through their clearance window. Yeah. I didn't go into a local distributor and grab a case of aluminum pints from Bud Light and then throw them at the cashier and walk out of the store. You talk about the escalation. We had escalation over the weekend. There was an absurd protest in New York City, something like there was signage in New York of "Burn Teslas, Save Democracy," I think was the slogan, which is just idiotic. So you're arguing that you're going to commit violence and break the law in order to preserve democracy? That sounds a little off to me. And then there was a guy out in the Midwest or the mountain region of the country, a mountain time zone, who, according to reports, if the news report was accurate of the local affiliate out there, I don't even know if it was a NBC or a CBS or a Fox affiliate, he apparently used his vehicle, I think either to batter other cars or accidentally ended up hitting, or maybe even intentionally ended up hitting other people. You can't use, I think he was charged with aggravated assault. You can't use a vehicle to potentially injure other people. I mean, a vehicle is a deadly weapon. I mean, you could legitimately kill somebody. So you talk about the escalation. Okay, you want to protest at Tesla? I got you. Then you want to cut people off in the roadway, slam your brakes on and get out of your car? That's not nice. You could kill somebody. Then you throw Molotov cocktails. Then you set cars ablaze with 5 different Teslas being destroyed. Now we're talking about physical violence? At what point does some Democrat, Jasmine Crockett, Gavin Newsom, John Fetterman, any Democrat that's been in front of a microphone or a camera for the last 3 months, at what point does any of them sit there and step back and say, you know what, I need to hold an impromptu press conference and say, we respect your right to peacefully protest. We encourage you to continue protesting, Tesla, but we cannot cross a line here. We cannot go above and beyond the First Amendment. I haven't heard a Democrat say that yet. If there has been a Democrat that said it, it's probably a very moderate, quiet one like Ro Khanna that will probably never get picked up in the news cycle anyway, right? Because the mainstream media only covers 6 or 7 of these marquee Democrats that love to create a soundbite, right?
Yeah, it's so true.
It really is. It's infuriating. And then on the other side, you've got Trump, which I'd love to get thoughts on this. Now, I can't sit here and say I watch Face the Nation or Meet the Press. I see clips, whether it's in the social media sphere or with a cut sheet. Is that standard protocol for the president of the, quote, opposing party to call mainstream media? And what do you think the objective here was with Donald Trump to call Kristen Welker and let her know that he's pissed, not at Zelensky, he's pissed at Putin? What do you make of that?
To get that soundbite out there?
Yep. I think he does it. They all do it. He does it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not surprised by that.
Okay.
Because he knew that she would do exactly what she did.
I'm surprised she would throw the bone that, she's throwing him a bone in many ways, right? Because he's labeled as Putin's puppet, and here he is basically saying, don't question Zelensky's authenticity. You heard the end of that clip where she quoted him verbatim saying it's not on Zelensky right now. I think he's forcing both sides, and I love this because I'm sick of these wars. I'm tired of funding them with our tax dollars for sure. I think he's going to force both of these buffoons to get it together and call a truce and end this right away. Not because I don't think he really cares so much about the other battles that other nations are fighting. This was one of his campaign promises. The longer this goes, the more it's reflective on him and his polling numbers. So I think he wants to get that finished. 855-839-1210. Now I got to get to this. This is a great story. This is phenomenal. Trump teases running for a 3rd term. Quote, not joking. President Donald Trump, I'm reading this directly from Fox News, teased he might run for a 3rd term, explaining to NBC News that he enjoys working and is, quote, not joking about making another run for the Oval Office. Quote, a lot of people want me to do it, Trump told NBC News in a phone interview yesterday. But I basically tell them we have a long way to go, It's very early in the administration. For now, quote, he's focused on the current term, but told NBC he was, quote, not joking about making a run for a 3rd term. For all of you history buffs out there and constitutional scholars, the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution, which was ratified in 1951, prevents individuals from serving more than 2 terms as president. Roosevelt died during his 4th term, and Vice President Harry Truman assumed the presidency. FDR remains the only president in the nation's history who has been elected and served more than 2 terms, which was largely due to the political and economic climate at home and abroad during World War II. Now, apparently there is a loophole in the Constitution. Quote, there are methods which you could do it, Trump said. The outlet floated a possible method, this is NBC, where Vice President J.D. Vance could run for the presidency in 2028. He could win, and pass the torch to Trump. The president said such a scenario is one of the methods he could use to serve a third term, saying, quote, but there are others too. Now, if you recall, Andy Ogles, Republican from Tennessee, a few months ago, very early after Trump was sworn into office, it was probably the last week of January, one of the last couple of days of January, started to draw up legislation to make this become a thing. So now, of course, people are going to have a meltdown. And I have a theory as to why Trump floated this out there. We'll get to that in a moment. But I want to play you this. Phil, this is clip K1. MSNBC yesterday. David Jolly, Don Calloway, and Alex Witt. Wouldn't know the three of them if they walked into this studio right now. Had a little bit of a meltdown and pick up on what I believe will be the new clutch or the new catchphrase of the Democrats and the mainstream media this week. Take a listen and watch this.
Let's get to the other big headline now from that Kristen Welker interview with Donald Trump. When asked about a potential third term, he said, I'm not joking, but he says he's more focused on his current term. Joining me now, Don Calloway, Democratic strategist and founder of the National Voter Protection Action Fund, Susan Del Percio, Republican strategist, and former Republican Congressman David Jolly, both of whom are MSNBC political analysts. Quick reaction, guys, to that Trump comment entertaining a third term. You first, David.
Believe him. I think the biggest mistake of the last 8 years is we somehow fail to give credibility to Donald Trump's whims and his impulses, but we know it's true. And January 6th was a perfect example. If he says that he's not ruling it out, he's not ruling it out, and we should consider it a constitutional threat.
Okay. Susan?
He's been pushing the envelope on testing the Constitution, so I expect, that he'll continue to do that, maybe by seeking out a third term. But more importantly, short term, we're not talking about Signal and that scandal if we are talking about Trump's third term.
Don?
Yeah, I think both of them are exactly right. Steve Bannon was on Joe Rogan's podcast the other day laying out the very groundling seeds of how it's going to go down. And he said, listen, we are working on it. And by we, I mean the same people who work at the Heritage Foundation and these other well-funded, well-organized think tanks who are laying together the groundwork for things that actually come to pass. And the mainstream media and all of us on the left kind of blow it off as silly or improbable or unconstitutional. That doesn't matter to these folks. And I think you should take a third term or an effort at a third term as a legitimate campaign promise at this point.
I love this story. When this story dropped yesterday in the late morning hours, I couldn't wait to talk about it. Let me say this. Would I love to see it? Trump and a third term. If it means defeating the Democrats, the answer is yes. If it simultaneously causes the left to melt down, the answer is yes. Do I think he will? No. It's 3 years from now, and he's also great at trolling. He's also good at rambling, and I think there's a theory behind this. I'll give that to you in a moment. Do I think if he wants to, he will win legally? Not sure. Would be interesting to see the legal interpretation from the country's top legal scholars and analysts, as well as SCOTUS. Would he even be cognitive enough to perform the functions at 81 or 82, whatever age he might be by the time 2028 comes around? Possibly. Definitely better than Joe Biden at that same age. Ask yourself this. What are the alternatives? Trump Jr., Vance, DeSantis? I got a text from my mother-in-law last night, and this is glorious. I have to read this. So when this happened yesterday in the morning, I sent the story. I actually saw it from the Daily Mail. I sent it to my wife, and I sent it to my sister and brother-in-law, and my mother-in-law's name is Judy. I said,
do you just poke the bear all the time?
He does.
Well, you're a fine one to talk about poking.
Yeah, but
the
I
bear.
don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that in my personal life. I do it on the radio.
Don't call his mother-in-law the bear.
Yeah, she's more like
we poke the bear.
Sorry,
she's more like I don't even know what she is.
Well, go ahead, Nick.
But yes, I do.
What?
I do poke the bear. So
Which animal?
I purposely didn't send it to her because I don't think at the end of the day this will ever happen. So I sent it to my brother-in-law and my sister. I said, can you imagine when Judy sees this story? She's going to have a meltdown. I sent it to my wife. She laughed. She goes, don't send it to her. You're only going to rile her up. So last night I go to bed. It's, 8:45. 11:38 p.m. I get a text. Now my phone's on Do Not Disturb, so I don't see this till about 4:15 this morning. She sends me the link to the story from the Associated Press. She says, Here's the paragraph. And I showed this to Phil before the show, so this is authentic. I'm not lying. I told you this was no joke, Nick. And his cronies, who are scared to death of him, will back him no matter what, even though they may know in their heart that this would be wrong. This guy seriously has issues. He's going to destroy everything this country has ever stood for, as well as saying taking over Greenland by force, not off the table. Who the F does this guy think he is?
He did say that.
So that's the text from my mother-in-law. And here's the thing. You heard one of the talking heads on MSNBC. Did you hear what they said? This is exactly what my theory is. They're all going to be talking about this week. They're going to talk about Trump in a third term all week long. And what are they not going to be talking about anymore? The Signal app.
Yeah.
Pete Hegseth.
Yep.
Mike Waltz.
Yep.
I don't know if this was Trump rambling. I don't know if this was Trump intentionally saying, let me throw a turd in the punch bowl, as Stocker likes to say, to draw the attention away from one thing to the other. But I want to get your thoughts. Dawn, Trump, third term, what do you make of it?
Let's do it, baby. No, I don't know.
Do you think he's serious?
No, we were at a family dinner last night, and all conservatives, and so somebody just said, "Well, what do you think about?" And we all just chuckled. I mean that was it. It was not even a conversation. We all just know him. It's like, okay.
So is this an off-the-cuff, top-of-mind, he just said this and spits out whatever he spits because, he just loves to fire things out with maybe not all the time thinking it through? Or is this an intentional deflection to get the media and the Democrats off of the administration's back following 4 or 5 days of Signal app conversation?
Yeah, part of it is he knows it'll change the narrative, and nobody's, J.D. Vance and Usha were in Greenland, and we had the Signal thing, and we had a lot. Now, boom, what's everybody talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Something different. Then today at 1 o'clock, he holds a news conference, and he signs more executive orders, and boom, we're on to the next thing.
This week is Independence Week, isn't it? With the tariffs.
Independence Week?
Isn't that what we're calling
the tariffs take?
Who's calling it that?
The tariffs take effect on the 2nd.
Yeah, Wednesday.
On Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're calling it Independence Week.
Is that what they're calling it?
I think so.
Independence from what? Bad business deals? So I thought that was fascinating. I think people are going to be talking about that all day today and throughout the week. I don't know if it was intentional, if this was hey, it's been a while, because he was tweeting last night about Bill Maher.
Sorry, Liberation Day.
Liberation Day. We got Sunday night mean tweets last night about the dinner with Bill Maher.
Yeah.
By the way, does anybody know if that actually occurred yet, or that is now officially confirmed? I haven't seen that they actually met, although people were talking about it like it went down over the weekend. I didn't see any pictures of Bill Maher at Mar-a-Lago, so I don't know that actually has gone down yet. But when it does,
they said
we have to talk about it.
They said by the end of the week.
Okay, by the end of the week? All right, fair enough. 855-839-1210 is the number if you want to jump in. We'll come back and get to a very interesting story when it pertains to driving under the influence. It's not what you think. It's Kayal and Company, but first a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. I recently test drove the new Honda Prologue, Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free. Just don't be drinking too many caffeinated beverages while you do so. It has 3 charging options to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details. Shop online anytime, piazzahonda.com, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Housing Opportunity. NMLS 433838.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Do we want to get right?
Kayal and Company. 6:48 Monday morning, an hour away from the cut sheet. Harry Mays will join us at 7:45. Digging the music today. Speaking of the music, caught a little bit of Phil Almquist, This Week in Music History. Second installment Saturday night. Caught it live on the radio in the truck. I had to take a little drive. I was steamed up after the basketball game.
Oh, boy.
I heard the music. You know, like a lot of vehicles, not that this is anything new, a lot of vehicles have the like HD radio option, and you know, you're listening to 1210 on your AM dial, and for the most part, it'll be in HD until you hit a weird spot, and then it falls out of it.
Yeah.
Gotta tell you, it felt like I was listening to an FM music station.
I know.
Phil's playing some of the jams.
You know, it's funny, though. He does put politics into it a little bit, because he said he had a whole block over the weekend about songs to trigger Democrats.
Oh, so is he poking the bear?
He's poking the bear. So if you want music with a little conservative commentary,
conservative music,
Phil Almquist doing that. The only rock DJ that is ever going to put in conservative commentary in their set.
He had a song called "Broken Brains" and he dedicated it to the Democrats.
Yes. Oh.
Guy
created a monster.
Yes, it was great. So I didn't get pulled over. Not that I would have gone out driving after drinking anyway. But I did not get pulled over, nor will I ever get pulled over for this, because I don't even know how this is humanly possible, but this is a fabulous story. The Sun has this, and I say I don't know how this is possible because I don't know how officers would test you for this. Drivers now risk arrest and losing their license for drinking too much coffee before getting behind the wheel.
Got it. You have this, Dawn? You listening?
How high is this limit? So this is interesting. Several legal substances could lead to arrest. We realize that. Drivers risk arrest and losing your license for drinking too much coffee before getting behind the wheel in Texas now. So drivers can be pulled over and arrested. According to Texas lawyer Justin Sparks, who broke down the law, and in a video, if we could actually find the video for the cut sheet later in an hour, that would be cool, for driving under the influence, and it doesn't always mean having one too many beers. According to this attorney, in a YouTube short, Sparks said in the video, alcohol, drugs, or even caffeine could lead to an arrest if a driver is caught being unsafe on the roads. DWI in Texas isn't just alcohol, he explains. However, legal substances can also have incredibly dangerous effects like prescription pills or over-the-counter drugs. I think we all realize that. I never once thought about any caffeinated beverage, coffee, Red Bull, you name it. So this includes caffeine. When used in small doses, it only creates a slight energizing effect. However, if a driver drinks too much coffee, they could start developing disturbing behaviors behind the wheel. A person who has consumed an extremely high amount of caffeine, Dawn, may demonstrate erratic behavior, experience jitterness, anxiety, or loss of focus. So here's my question. Now, they go on to write, essentially any substance that impairs or intoxicates someone while driving can lead to the risk of a DWI. Furthermore, some states now have laws that prohibit driving under the influence of any substance that affects your ability to drive. The lawyer in the video admits, quote, "We don't see this happening a ton, but we have to stress that many different substances could be grounds for a life-changing DWI charge." Now, I guess my question would be, let's just throw out an example here. You're driving 75 in a 55. State trooper pulls you over. Let's say it's Texas. Let's say it's Pennsylvania, and they had that in place here. How would they even begin to test you, whether it's, chemically with some sort of piece of equipment or a device, or putting you through the test where you got to walk a straight line? I mean, if the cop pulls you over and it just sees you're a very upbeat individual, how do you even arrive at the suspicion that the person might have had 8 cups of coffee after 6 hours of radio?
I've never heard of this.
I've never heard of this either, and I don't even know how practically you would put this into play. We have a lot of cops in this audience.
Yeah.
I mean, to my knowledge, there's no test to check your caffeine level on the fly, on the shoulder of a highway. Now, sure, if you go to a doctor's office and you get your blood pressure checked, or you get, maybe a blood test or something, your caffeine levels might be high, your heart might be pounding. Mm-hmm. I've had, and I think I mentioned this a year or two ago when Dawn recommended that I go to, a primary physician to get a physical. They were like, yeah, your heart rate is at like 205. And I'm like, well, I do have SVT. And they're like, yeah, that's
205?
Yeah, it was at 205 sitting still. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. They're like, are you feeling okay? I said,
God.
I said, yeah, I feel great. They're like, well, how much caffeine did you have? I said, I had about a 16-ounce Yeti this morning and an 8-ounce Red Bull after a nap. I said, only 24 ounces of caffeine.
They didn't find that odd that you're sitting there?
Oh, they did. They said, you're not sweating. Your chest isn't pounding. You feel normal as can be. I said, yeah, I feel like $1 million. I was like, what do you got for me?
Boy.
You want to test me? Let's go.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I was sitting at 205.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to need to.
Yeah.
We're going
to
need to get a new morning show host ready.
There is a chance that I could fall off this stool at any moment. So I'm just saying.
I mean, look, I wear my Fitbit here, and it measures heart rate and stuff, and like when I get in the cardio zone, it's like 180. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And that's me running.
Right. Yeah, I'm
So-
usually 180 to 210 on a treadmill.
210.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Wow.
that's if I'm really cranking it, like 7.0 speed, two incline.
You should really get a you should really get a smartwatch or a Fitbit or something.
I did have an Apple Watch, and I took it off eventually because when I was sitting on the couch, it would go off and say that I'm having like an SVT episode, which I was.
Jesus, man!
But I don't want to know. I don't want to know about it because the doctors have told me it's safe.
Don,
What?
since you're the Nick Whisperer, can you talk some sense into him, please?
Yeah, it's safe. You almost never end up having any issue with it. I had an ablation done 7 years ago. Very simple, painless procedure. They ablated 2 of the 3 electrical wires that were basically short-circuiting, is the way they explain it in layman's term. But they said the third one was actually in a real complex area in a certain part of my heart, and they said it's far more risky to go in and ablate the third one than it is to just let you live it out.
Coming this summer, Dawn and Company.
Oh my God.
Have Farish on standby, folks.
No, I think okay.
So-
I think the device is wear the Apple Watch again or
Yes.
some kind of a
I
smart device.
I would say no. I'm sorry, Don. I mean
Yeah,
to cut
yeah.
you off, but I would say no to the Apple Watch.
Yeah.
Go straight to like Fitbit, or they have this ring too. It's like an Aura Aura ring or
The
something like
ring.
that. It's expensive, but it measures
Agreed.
everything. I think you need to.
Well,
do
the doctors
that now.
the doctors told me just to take it off. They said it's going to dry. They go, are you one of those? Are you one of those self-diagnosing?
Where'd you go,
doctor?
Dr. Bombay? What? Don't name him. Don't name him.
No.
No,
I went to a highly regarded cardiologist.
Do you still do Red Bull?
No, I switched to Celsius.
Bro, stop with the energy drinks, man.
Yeah,
You don't need them.
No caffeine.
No.
No.
Well, mild
But other bad
caffeine,
stuff.
but I think Greg's right though. I would go to Fitbit or something to monitor that because it gives you a record. You can actually tie that record to the cardiologist so that they have a record of it and they can monitor that and just make sure everything is
Oh,
kosher.
it's great. When I was on the monitor they do it for like a 2-week stretch. They have this little machine they hook you up to. And I was sitting there, I'd be watching baseball or whatever, and it goes up to my heart goes up to 190. Don't even know it. The doctor was like, they'll call you.
You're just
The
sitting
nurse-
there and your heart goes up to 1. Wow.
But it's like 80 seconds, and then it goes away. And then I won't have one for 10 more hours. But then I'll have one in my sleep.
Yeah, but
wow.
Yeah.
Somebody should be monitoring. I'm just saying. Oh,
No, I had three doctors like, the odds of you dropping dead or having any what do they call it when your heart weakens? I forget. It
yeah,
starts
but
with
this should be monitored. So
Yeah.
the odds now, but that was so. I would just suggest.
They told me a better chance I'd hit Powerball. So I said, all right, fine by me. I feel great. But there you go. So don't tick me off, folks, because you could lose your boy at any moment.
So driving with caffeine, huh?
Yeah.
Under the
boy.
influence.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wonder what my heart rate is right now.
Here's the thing: they can certainly test for caffeine. When you said driving with a C, I thought it was going to be a cannabis.
No.
The word can. So
Which I have an issue with that. I don't like that one bit. If you're driving under the influence of marijuana,
Yeah.
you need to go to the can, not the cannabis. The can, CAN.
All right.
Although there's an interesting story out there that you can have. The Pennsylvania Shapiro was tweeting about this. You can have marijuana in your system for weeks. They pull you over. You could get a DWI while, quote, under the influence of marijuana, be completely fine, not be high, but the cannabis is still in your system, and you could face legal consequences, which then I do have an issue with that.
We need to have this conversation on the other
All
side.
right, let's do that when we come back. Kayal and Company. We'll worry about my heart another day. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Jack Daniels Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniels Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry!
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Keswick Theater on April 5th. Proceeds help Abington Fire Companies replenish the gear loss in the fire at SPS. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Saraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Saraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
1, 2, 3,
7:04, hour number 2. It's Kayal and Company live on a Monday morning. Nice and warm already, 62 degrees. Yeah, baby. Harry Mays will join us, 7:45, for a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Also, we're going to get to this story, and I had been sitting on it for a while, but since we were talking about driving while caffeinated, I've got a story from the Philly Voice from about 10 days ago about a Pennsylvania bill that would shield medical cannabis users from DUI charges when driving unimpaired. We'll get to that story. Also, Josh Shapiro's been on a tweeting binge about marijuana in Pennsylvania. We'll touch on that as well. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live this morning, sponsored for you this hour by American Heritage Credit Union. Last day of March, March 31st, and we're at 62 degrees, mostly cloudy. We're heated up. We're heading up into the 70s, but the question is, when will the rain begin, and will it threaten our Philadelphia Phillies home openers? That's leading, of course, many of our newscasts locally here. Very excited for our home opener. We do have in the news this morning, as we follow up on what's going on. We talked earlier about a dozen arrested in North Philadelphia yesterday amid celebrations at the Liacouras Center for Ramadan, unfortunately turning violent, and police arresting mostly underage young people, teenagers in North Philadelphia. And we also had 5 people hurt, including 3 kids in a crash and a police vehicle. So that happened last night. Newcastle County Police officer, we're told, was driving east, Route 273 and Christiana Road, when a silver Kia Optima crossed the grass median and struck that marked police vehicle. So 3 kids, 1 adult in the Kia rushed to area hospitals, and they are in critical condition this morning. The doctors, were told, have been able to stabilize the condition, but they're in critical condition. As far as the officer headed to work at the time of the crash. The airbag, we're told, in the officer's vehicle did go off, but then it trapped the officer in there. So the officer in this case also rushed to the hospital for treatment and is in stable condition. Just a horrible accident. Of course, the question is, what in the world happened that vehicle would cross over into that grassy median? And I don't have the word on it.
I'll tell you, when those
Bizarre.
airbags come out, man, those are scary.
Yeah.
I had a buddy of mine 10, 15 years ago. He was fine, but it came out at such violent speed that it gave him, I forget how they classified it, but it looked like burns across his cheeks on his face because of the rough nature of the bag when it come flying out.
How's that sound effect? We've been talking this morning about President Donald J. Trump saying yesterday, "I'm not joking," when he was talking about going for a possible 3rd term of his presidency, clearly triggering many people across the country, and even, yes, Nick Kayal's mother-in-law.
Yep.
This was in a conversation with, I guess, Kristen Welker of NBC News, and by the way, from this area. She's a native of Philadelphia, worked at NBC 10 locally, but apparently talking about the 22nd Amendment added to the Constitution back in 1951. And this was after President Franklin D. Roosevelt was elected 4 times in a row. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Everybody's quoting that this morning. But apparently, NBC's Welker asking President Trump if one potential way to do this to a 3rd term was having Vice President J.D. Vance run for the top job and then pass the baton back to Trump.
What if Vance played Trump like a fiddle, said, "Yeah, I'll do that," wins the election, and then says, "No, I'm not giving it to you. Go away. You've had your time." How about that for a heel turn?
I mean, the funny thing is, Trump is always, here's the thing, he's going to play where she asks him the question and he's just going to play along. And so she asks him that, "What about this?" And he says, well, that's one too, but there are others. It's like the ultimate tease.
Everybody takes the bait. That's why and it proved my point. I didn't even need to text my mother-in-law. I knew she would eventually text me, so I just waited, and I won't even respond. I might just, if this gets clipped on social media, I might just text her back the clip and say, "Here's my rebuttal to you. Watch it. Share it. Tell the world about it."
So we got that going on. We also had on Friday, we had talked about this, where J.D. Vance, the vice president, and his wife Usha, They were visiting Greenland and one of our military United States bases there, and so Vice President J.D. Vance speaking out there and talking about the Trump administration does not think that military force is ever going to be necessary there, meaning in Greenland.
But it's clear we want to take Greenland, right?
Well, we would like
would like to take Greenland, right?
What Trump?
Did you have that on your bingo card, your MAGA bingo card? Take over, take over.
That's right, Greg.
Does this move the needle
on my
for any
MAGA
of you
bingo.
guys?
Take it, baby. Just take it.
Well, if 85% of the citizens there don't want any U.S. involvement, how else are we going to do it?
Well, by force, obviously.
We're going to do it by force?
But let me ask you this. Because I have a take and an opinion on damn near everything under the sun. Whether it's Canada, whether it's Greenland, Denmark, the renaming the Gulf of Mexico. I know these stories have been out there in the news. I don't really have much to say about any of them. It doesn't do anything for me. Does it do anything for you in one way or the other? Does it make you feel great as a nation? Does it make you feel angry, like we're overstepping our bounds? I just look at these stories, because you sent the email last night, and there was like 2 or 3 links to different Denmark stories, and I'm like, I don't have anything to say about it.
Well, I will just tell you what J.D. Vance said.
Well, I can play it for you. Why don't we just do that instead of you Trump-splaining for us?
I'm not.
This
I was going to quote
Greenland really matters for the security of the United States. It's extremely vulnerable right now.
Yeah.
And if the people of Greenland were willing to partner with the United States, and I think that they ultimately will partner with the United States, we could make them much more secure. We could do a lot more protection, and I think they'd fare a lot better economically as well. This has to happen. And the reason it has to happen, I hate to say it, is because our friends in Denmark have not done their job in keeping this area safe. They just haven't done it.
When's the last time
It's
Greenland
very
was
simple.
attacked?
For all of our friends in the American media who attack the administration for pointing out the obvious, what is the alternative? To give up the North Atlantic? To give up the Arctic? To China, to Russia, and to other regimes that don't have the best interest of the American people at heart? We have no other option. We need to take a significant position in Greenland to keep the people here safe, but to keep our own country safe too.
So it's a good point. It's a good question. What exactly, because I don't spend much of my days thinking about the strategic element of, Greenland. What is the strategic end goal for this administration that is anti-war and anti-force and only responds when you mess with us? And if you mess with us, we obliterate you into the dirt. I don't get, is it a resource grab here? Does Greenland have resources like other nations that we talked about that we need for manufacturing purposes?
Well,
I'm legitimately asking. I don't know.
I mean, we have a military base there strategically. It is a critical. It's at a critical place in the world. If you look at its placement, J.D. Vance went on to say toward the end, and I have the whole transcription here, but he said the people of Greenland are rational and good, and I think we are going to be able to cut a deal Donald Trump style to, quote, ensure the security of this territory, but also the United States of America. I think that Trump, he's an expansionist. Think about the Panama Canal. He's looking at the world map and he's saying, what do we need to preserve the security of our country? It's not just about the minerals. It's about security. I think that's the bottom line with Trump. That's the way every president has their thing. President Obama, he put a rainbow on the White House. That's what he's known for. Putting a rainbow on the White House, that's his legacy. For Trump, he wants to make sure that in our country we are secured, and these military bases and these key points in the world for trade and for peace and prosperity, this is critical. And I think that's how he sees it.
So if the people in Greenland don't want it, we should still take it.
Did you take a poll? Why don't you take a poll of the people in Greenland? I don't know the people in Greenland. I don't know what their feeling is.
From the reception I saw that they got over the weekend or on Friday, it wasn't very warm and cuddly.
Initially we heard, and again, I'm just quoting what we hear.
Yeah.
Initially what we heard, they were favorable to this, and then Denmark got involved, and now they're not favorable. I have no way. Honest to God, I don't know.
If this is about national security, to me, the bigger issue, the bigger fish to fry is China. And I say that on two fronts. It really, and I think this probably disturbs a lot of our audience as well. How is China able to buy up so much farmland in the United States of America? In Florida and in states in the South.
Well, they're fighting that.
I know, and that should be fought far more than anything with Greenland. And then also, remember those Chinese police stations in big blue cities like New York? How do those even pop up? Those are the things that I would be worried about more so than Greenland, but that's just me.
It's unbelievable, all these people defending this. Play cut 24, please.
I think that talking about anything too far in the future is way too premature. We do not think that military force is ever going to be necessary. We think this makes sense. And because we think the people of Greenland are rational and good, we think we're going to be able to cut a deal, Donald Trump style, to ensure the security of this territory, but also the United States of America. I'll do one more question.
I believe we have 17 bases on Greenland since 1945?
No idea.
I think it's 17.
Canada next. Do we want to take Canada too?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, Greg. I'm just triggering Greg. No, seriously, we have.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
Since for sure, since World War II, we've realized that Greenland is in a strategic place in the world, and we want to make sure that we have eyes and ears there. Bottom line.
I'm going to study the map tonight.
Study the map.
I am. I'm going to find out where all these countries are and start trying to think at a different rate.
You know,
I mean, if you would have read the article that I sent yesterday from the AP, it would have explained why we want Greenland.
But I've got no interest in Greenland.
Okay.
And also, so look, you know, the funny thing is that we all live vicariously through our kids. As Greg's son is just starting kindergarten, Nick's daughters are in middle school. When you guys, especially for you, Nick, you're at this point where your kids are starting to write all these papers and reading, hopefully studying a lot of history, and so then you relearn what you learned as a kid, and that's really when a lot of this comes alive. You start discussing with your kids, and you do. I have this big globe, like in our living room, because we're always going like, well, what about my son David did a paper, was it last year, talking about Turkey and Erdogan and why Turkey, if you look at it and why it's so critical. So all of a sudden, it all comes back alive from the time you were a kid and what has changed since you were a kid.
I'm looking at Greenland on the map right now. Mm-hmm. How I don't even understand. What is the point of even thinking about it? It's literally at the top of the map. You can't even see it. I have to scroll all the way up on this version I'm looking at.
That's what I'm going to get Nick. I'm going to get you a globe.
I had one as a kid. It was a beautiful one.
Like a really
on one of those little axes. It was nice.
One more advanced clip on Greenland and Denmark. Cut 23, Phil.
And now I want to talk about, of course, the interaction and what Denmark, I think, has done, and sometimes in partnership with us, but let's be honest, what Denmark over the last 20 years has failed to do in some cases, because we know that unfortunately this place, this base, the surrounding area is less secure than it was 30, 40 years ago because some of our allies haven't kept up. As China and Russia have taken greater and greater interest in Greenland, in this base, in the activities of the brave Americans right here, we know that too often our allies in Europe have not kept pace. They haven't kept pace with military spending, and Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my view, to keep the people of Greenland safe from a lot of very aggressive incursions from Russia, from China, and from other nations. Now, President Trump, as he says.
Okay, so as always, Russia and China, they're the boogeymen, right? It's, one party fears China. The Democrats are always like, oh, it's Russia, Russia, Russia. The Republicans are always like, oh, it's China, it's China, it's China. China's a far bigger threat than Russia. But again, and I'm being serious here when I'm looking at the map. So let me ask you this question. So Denmark has failed to protect the security of Greenland. So you're telling me that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are offering to secure Greenland in exchange for what? You don't when you agree to a deal.
Secure Greenland from who?
That's my question.
The last
but
time,
what do we get from that? The hell with protecting Greenland. I want to know
protecting them from who?
Well, but what does the United States get from it? What do we get for that? What do we get for protecting another nation, regardless of from who? What do we gain from it? Okay, I'm going to make sure that your country is protected because, as Vance said, other nations have failed to protect Greenland. What do we get first? If you're America first, like I am, what do we get from it? That's why I asked, is it something resource-wise? Do they produce something? Do they have something naturally in the ground that we don't have this sheer volume of? What do we gain from that? And then as far as Russia, China, and any other threats go, are they worried that Russia or China is going to basically get closer to inching closer to World War III and invading our country? And by coming up from the northern border of Canada? Because if you look at Greenland on the map, it's legitimately at the top of the map. You can't get any more north than Greenland.
Well, maybe we want to...
And look how huge it is.
It is big.
We want to control Santa Claus. I think that's it, because it's so close to the North Pole. We want strategic...
Trying to be serious.
We want strategic placement. So America can be the first place that Santa goes on Christmas night.
It looks bigger than Canada on the map.
It's huge, baby. It's very big, and Trump likes it big.
I'm sure the fact checkers on YouTube will let me know that Greenland's not bigger than Canada. But
one thing I will say so Trump talks about and admires McKinley. McKinley was an expansionist. McKinley was somebody who was pro-tariff. And so I do think also Trump is a real estate guy. So he's looking to the future, and he's saying if we and not that he wanted to take back the Panama Canal, but he wanted a better deal with the Panama Canal because we did get a bad deal with that. You don't hear anything about it because I think they're satisfied right now with the way that's going. But as far as Greenland, yeah, I think they would love to cut a deal and take control over it or have some kind of a better negotiation. But remember, Denmark is in NATO.
So
they're not going to screw with them too. You know what I mean? This is all part of the negotiation. But I believe we have 17 bases in total, military bases.
Is that not enough then to protect them with our military bases?
Well, we have a right though
more?
if we feel that they're not doing a good enough job. This is Greg. This is a renegotiation. This is what they do.
Why doesn't Canada protect them?
Because they're losers. And why would you trust?
Well, Canada's geographic.
No, why would you trust them?
Canada's geographic. No, I'm not saying you should trust them.
Down world we live in
I'm just saying if Greenland
Canada's
is
our enemy,
if Greenland
Russia's
is
They're not our enemy.
If Greenland is so vulnerable to foreign powers, why doesn't Canada protect them? I mean, look geographically how much closer. I mean, Canada and Greenland almost touch.
Nick doesn't realize the world is a globe.
This map is very enlightening, John. It's been years since I looked at a map.
That is a funny line. Thank you,
But
John.
I'm really, the fun. This is fun for me. I swear to God, I'm going to get Nick Kayal like a really cool globe.
I'm sitting here looking at the Norwegian Sea, the Labrador Sea.
See,
I'd like to throw my dog in the Labrador Sea.
But it's a lot of fun, and you will have fun with it. So look at it and think about the map of the world, the globe of the world.
Yes.
Discuss it with your kids. I'm going to get Greg one, too, so you can look at it with little Dylan.
The bigger takeaway here is all the stuff they teach us when we're 5 and 8, we never use again in our life. I haven't looked at a globe in 30 years.
I'm telling you, it's a whole new day. Nick Kayal's going to get a globe.
More reason to defund the Department of Education. Teaching us all this, stealing our money, and we never use it.
But I think if you look at the most powerful job in the world, the commander in chief, isn't it a president's job to look at our safety and our security in a world where there is a lot of evil, and there are a lot of people who would love to overtake us. And so, yeah,
it is.
I am 100% for somebody who's looking to the future.
Carl says every kid had a world map in his or her room, but Nick.
That's right. No, I legitimately had a globe. My mom actually bought me the Encyclopedia of Britannica. Remember back in the day when your parents would buy you the encyclopedia set, all like 35 books?
Yeah.
For those things, they sat there and collected a lot of dust. A bad investment. All right, you can. Did you wrap up?
Yeah, we need to wrap up here. Enough
Did I wrap up the news? I completely forgot where. Did I do the news?
Just do your sponsor so we can get out here.
I completely forgot we were in news. I was all into the globe and the map. Nick Kayal's map. This is a new segment. Anyway, our news is sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. At American Heritage Credit Union, they can really help you boost your savings. Choose a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or a 9-month certificate at 4.15%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. This is Kayal and Company Newsline.
I love all these people in the YouTube chat that are now experts in Greenland and why we're doing this and the strategic nature of it and the 3D chess that is being played.
Yeah, they're the same people that think Mark Levin's entertaining. 855-839-1210.
Can I tell you what would be entertaining? Yes. Nick Kayal going to Greenland.
Yes,
I'd go anywhere.
Where in the world is Nick Kayal?
It's cold as S there, according to J.D. Vance.
So's
is it freezing?
Yeah, it's rough. I'd have no interest. But I would do it for the sake of the show. We want to do a remote from Greenland?
No,
Let's go.
I do not.
All right, let me tell you about my friends at Natural Lawn of America. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides you with better results while simultaneously protecting your family and your pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals, and they use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. But don't just take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn and their safer services so that you can start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard.
Deep down in Louisiana, close to New Orleans, way back up in the woods among the evergreens, there stood a log cabin made of earth and wood, where lived a country boy named Johnny B. Good, who never ever learned to read or write so well, but he could play a guitar just like a ringing a bell. Go,
Kill it,
go.
kill it. Oh, yeah. Go, Johnny, go, baby. 7:31. Kayal and Company, live on this Monday.
Can I just say one thing to wrap up the Greenland discussion?
Oh, it's funny. I was actually going to continue. We got a lot of great tweets coming in.
Chris Eppolito, who I love. He's a great guy. We know him. He's been a fan of this radio station for years. Supports everything we do. Great guy. Salt of the earth dude. He sends me a map.
I see it.
And he says, this is Greenland and this is where Putin lives. I understand it. I understand the quote-unquote strategic nature of this. I just don't agree with it. That's it. That's it. I understand the wanting for more territory. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with it.
You're trying to gobble up territory all the time as a brand manager.
Yeah. Because he made the point, too, about, how did we get U.S. Virgin? I understand all of that. I get it.
Yeah, and he threw a hashtag in there, too. Hashtag fun with maps. Look to the right. Putin lives there.
It's a great tweet. It's a great tweet. I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
The end.
William Crane. See, I'm not saying I'm on board with it or against it. I just want to know what we gain from it. And we've got some of those answers, I think, coming in here on X, where you can always tweet us throughout the show. William Crane said, look at a globe, not a map. I appreciate that.
That's what I said.
Yep. Marcus Aurelius, in regards to my SVT, says, fruit flies have a longer lifespan than Nick Kayal. But they don't have a better attention span, that's for sure.
That's not nice. He's referring to his...
Come on.
Oh, my God.
I might not like it, but it doesn't make it less factual, right? Constitutional Tony says, my understanding is that Greenland has boatloads of natural resources on top of its position near Russia. Brian Reed says, strategically, Greenland would be a great pickup. It's like a free agency in baseball. We're just gonna pick up Greenland because the contract expired. Just remember, Reagan and Poland with the missiles. Also, they have precious metals within their ground in Greenland. That's our president, always thinking ahead.
Boom.
So, again, my thing was precious metals,
falling.
Resources. Like, if that makes sense. Now, I mean, I'm not sitting here saying I'm advocating for the forceful taking of Greenland when...
How else are we going to do it?
I know.
That's my Jim says, Why do you disagree? I'm listening. I disagree because how are we going to take it? If some wonderful deal is made and the people of Greenland are like, great, let's do this, fine.
Well, I do think...
But when the majority of them don't want this, and there's no other way to take it unless it's forcefully.
Okay. So let's get into the track record of Trump here, because I think that plays into the conversation. This is a guy who has talked about ending pointless wars, being a peacetime president, the only president never to start a new war while president, but he's a guy who says peace and prosperity. Do you put peace to the side for the sake of prosperity? Because I feel like the conversation will eventually either evolve or devolve into, well, you're a hypocrite if you're a Trump supporter and you say, end all the wars with Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Gaza, Arabs and Jews, yet you're going to run over and try to steamroll Greenland. So you throw that little monkey wrench into the equation here. Where does that leave this administration? Because I don't think it would be really a war. I mean, does anybody, and I say this and I'll get 9 tweets here in about 8 seconds. Does anybody know what Greenland's military presence looks like? I'm assuming it's probably smaller than the Jenkintown Police Department.
Well, it's us. We have 17 military bases there,
and there's like 60,000 people there. So it's not like it's a storming metropolis of
Yeah, but it's a huge, massive land. We have a lot of military bases there, so we do have an interest. Number one, and number two, because that part of remember Greenland was just a chunk of ice. And the story is, my people, the Norwegians, they named Greenland, even though it's an ugly chunk of ice. Mm-hmm. They named Iceland, which is a green, lush, beautiful place with notably beautiful women. That's what it's really known for.
I learned that factoid you just said, Dawn. I learned that in Mighty Ducks 2, the movie. Yeah. Greenland is covered in ice, and Iceland is very nice.
Mighty Ducks 2 has got to be the movie clip of the week coming up.
That's right. Surprised what you can learn from a Disney movie before they got woke. There you go. So if you guys want to jump in on that, you can do so, 855-839-1210. We did mention this in passing when we were doing the DWC driving while caffeinated story. So we've been all over the place today, from Trump's third term to driving while having too much caffeine. But I do think this is interesting, and I've been sitting on this for about 2 weeks here. Josh Shapiro tweeted this on March 15th at 11:30 a.m. He says, let's not kid ourselves. Pennsylvanians who want to buy cannabis are just driving across the border to one of our neighboring states who have legalized adult use cannabis. Instead of regulating this industry and creating real opportunity, we in Pennsylvania are losing out. Let's legalize adult use cannabis and expunge the records of people who have been convicted for nonviolent possession of small amounts of marijuana. Have no problem with that. I'm all for generating more revenue, legalize gambling, legalize weed. I'm on board with that. And again, I'm not a weed user at all. Not that it's an issue if you are. So I'm not trying to stereotype people that use it for any reason. But then PhillyVoice.com had this story about 12 days ago. A Pennsylvania bill would shield medical cannabis users from DUI charges when driving unimpaired. This is from State Rep Chris Rabb, R-A-B-B. 9 years after legalizing medical cannabis for patients, we have still not addressed this fundamental flaw in our law, he says, which could jail someone for driving weeks after taking their medical marijuana. Yet we as a government are more than happy to cash in on the tax revenue generated by medical cannabis. It's perverse but easily corrected. This legislation will set things right. So I'm not sure where you guys stand on this issue. I am opposed to driving under the influence of marijuana.
Or anything.
Just like I am prescription pills, alcohol. The only thing I'm on board with is driving while caffeinated. If you do that, these people are just insane. That being said, I do think it is kind of effed up that you could imbibe in some marijuana, recreationally or medically, and it be in your system weeks later, and you get pulled over for running a stoplight or whatever type of traffic violation you commit, and you end up getting a positive test for marijuana when you haven't had it in however long, and you are not even close to being under the influence. You're not high. You're not anything. That, to me, that shouldn't fall on partisan politics or along party lines. That to me seems like a major flaw in the system. So I have a buddy of mine who occasionally takes gummies. So he takes gummies. He got drug tested at work. This was about a month ago. And he hadn't taken a gummy in, I think, 10 or 12 days, he told me. Again, this is what he's telling me. I assume,
what he claims.
This is what he claims. He got drug tested with a follicle. Unlike me, he still has a full head of hair. So they did a hair sample, and he tested positive, and his boss actually decided not to punish him, took him at his word, said, I trust you. You've been here 18 years, and he works in heavy machinery. He works for ConAgra Foods. And I was like, wow, so you really got off light. I mean, you could have lost your job. And he was panicking that he was going to lose his job. It just seems wrong to me. And I don't know what the exact answer is with the science and the testing. I'm not one of these people that uses weed. I don't have a medical marijuana license or a permit or whatever you get the documentation-wise to be able to take this stuff. I understand the benefits for those that need it medically. But do you think that's wrong right now in the state? And I know I gave you a lot there, from Shapiro to this Democrat locally here. This story was written by Philly Voice. But where do you guys stand on that? Because that seems like we're punishing people when they don't need to be punished.
Well, I think two different issues. First of all, Josh Shapiro, Governor Shapiro needs this to balance out the budget, because we have a shortfall in Pennsylvania, and as well, we've lost all the COVID money at this point, so we're kind of exposed. So that's going on. I know that our mayor, Sherelle Parker in Philadelphia, is dealing with a similar situation, but she wants to drop the business tax, as well as she's not doing the reassessments because all of our property taxes went up and all of that. So the taxation is a big issue. And Shapiro I think it's pretty obvious that he has his eye on the White House. And so he needs this, number one. But number two, as far as Pennsylvania being surrounded by neighbors who've already legalized this, he's right. Unless you have a strong stance whereby you say that this is wrong, that the legalization of this is just wrong, or it's bad for Pennsylvanians or whatever, which I don't think he has, he's not wrong when he says all of our neighbors are doing this and they're just driving over to neighboring states and buying it, so why not? My biggest question, I will just say this, as far as this goes, where are we going with this? I don't have the answer.
Like, what's next?
Well, for years and years, we heard it was a gateway drug. So either that was a lie or what has changed. And then my next question is, well, how come you can't grow it right next to the basil in the windowsill of your kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
Why not have it as an organic form? Because I think that the fact that anything they make is they're putting other ingredients into. It's not organic. And so if they're doing that, then I just think at the end of the day, that's not good for you.
Yeah.
And again, I'm somebody, I don't take Tylenol. I don't believe in any of this stuff. And I get that from my dad.
Mm-hmm. You don't take Tylenol?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. My husband has to
So you use no pain relievers over the counter?
I don't believe in it.
For inflammation or anything?
Nope.
Good for you.
If you have inflammation, if I have inflation,
what
best
a wacko
thing,
you are.
No,
I know.
No, I don't think you're a wacko at all. Good for you.
Way. Like every once in a while, I will take something, but
do you pray it away?
What do you use? Do you use chiropractic? Do you use acupuncture?
There's a reason that your body has pain. If you fall and you hurt yourself or whatever, the pain is working for you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason we have pain.
Right.
So just lean into it, suck it up, drink lots of water, get some sleep, and heal.
So if you have a headache, what do you do for
Drink
that?
water.
Wow.
If you have a headache, drink water. You most likely have a headache because you are dehydrated. Number one reason, drink water.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Good work out of you, Stensland. I like that. I was always very anti-pill for a long time. I mean, I use Excedrin and stuff like that from time to time, but that's pretty much where I draw the line.
So when you over the Christmas holiday, because I'm fascinated by this now, over the Christmas holiday, you were sick. Your whole family was sick.
Yep.
You took nothing.
Oh, you're talking to her.
No.
Both of our families were sick at the same time.
All of us got sick. No, I didn't take any. I did not take anything. But what I did was, I think everything has. I'm reading all this about gut health, and my friend Mary loaned me her book about this, all of it. So I read a lot about it. But I remember what I did. I told you, I did not eat food. I went on a fast, and so for a day or two, I would just fast and drink water, that sort of thing.
So when you get the stomach bug, do you not use like Pepto-Bismol or anything like that?
No, and there are a lot of studies that say you make yourself, depending on the stomach bug, you make it worse with Pepto.
Really?
Look that up.
I'm going to do a show one day where we just talk about what we don't take and why.
I get.
How about that?
When's the last time you took any sort of pain reliever for anything?
The funny thing is, I took something, Stacia, we were at a family dinner, and I had slipped in the yard and hit my tailbone on Saturday on that beautiful day.
That hurts.
So she's like pulled out her little, I don't even know what it was. It was like a gel Advil or something. She's like, just take this. So I did. I took her thing because it was.
It hurts, right?
Because I was in pain.
Yeah.
And she's like, will you just take this? Because she knows me. But that's the first time in a very long time.
I got hit in the
tailbone.
tailbone. I got hit in the tailbone in 10th grade at a football practice. Face mask right in the ass.
Oof.
Yeah, I was waddling like Chris Christie for about 3 weeks.
Oof.
Yep.
It's painful.
It is. All right, 855-839-1210. What do you not prescribe to? What do you not take? We'll take your calls. Harry Mays with the cut sheet. He'll join us. Well, he doesn't really have the cut sheet. He's just going to partake in the cut sheet. Sometimes he contributes. Sometimes he comments. Greg will be the maestro, and it's coming up next.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NP TN number 2083768.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
He was 25. Speed jive, don't wanna stay alive when you're 25. And when you're stealing clothes from Marks and Sparks, and Freddy's got spots from ripping up the stars from his face. Funky little boat race.
7:51 Monday morning. Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Final day of March as we continue.
Get up, Harry!
He's up. He's ready to go. Harry Mays set to join us for the cut sheet. Hello, Harry.
Good morning. Good morning. I don't know how up I really am because I just discovered when I made the coffee this morning that I've been buying decaf by accident.
No!
Yes. The Big Bang Pete's coffee stuff, but it's got the green tag on it, and I never realized it. So.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So you will not be getting a DWC later today.
No.
Because you have no
Not
caffeine in your
driving
system.
while caffeinated? No, not me.
Right. Wow.
Not me. But I didn't know Dawn doesn't believe in Tylenol.
I did not either.
She doesn't eat, and she doesn't believe in pain medication.
She's an extreme maha.
I mean, wow.
No, it's something my dad is pushing 90, does not take any prescription meds, zero. And so this is something he has been saying since I can remember.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
what do you do? Just like rub your scalp when you get a headache?
I don't really get headaches, to be honest.
Well, I don't either.
The truth of it is I'm really blessed.
Yeah.
So the reason I don't have to take a lot of stuff is I'm just blessed with good health.
Yep.
I'll just drink more vodka.
I was just going to say, you might get decaf coffee, but you never accidentally pick up non-alcoholic booze, though. That's correct.
No,
right?
non-alcoholic beer on occasion,
Yeah,
but not, they don't make, I don't think they make non-alcoholic vodka.
All right.
Do they?
No,
Water.
I don't think they do.
It's called water.
It's called what?
Yeah, right.
It's called water.
Perrier.
All right, let's get down to business. 7:52 on this Monday. Time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Get ready for a burst of bold, fruity flavor. Introducing Rita's new Skittles Ice. Try it in a gelati or ice blender. Add even more fun with a crunchy new Skittles popped topping. Stop by Rita's today. Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring. Good day for Rita's. At least until it rains.
Yeah.
Opening day, Har.
Woo.
Opening day.
I thought that was Thursday.
Home opening.
Oh, okay.
Home opening.
Well, the Phillies won the series. So.
Yeah, 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, Braves lost all 4. Mets lost 2 of 3. Good weekend.
It is.
Over the weekend, since we're on health, I figured I would start with RFK Jr. He was in West Virginia introducing the new Maha, saying that he's going to, they're going to ban these dyes and all that stuff. And he's being called out because he, quote unquote, fat shamed the Governor Morrissey. Because he told, let me play this. And then the outrage on social media, by the way, from both the left and the right. Yeah. And when both sides are outraged on something, then I know I have to get involved in it.
Okay.
Because both sides are very upset by what he said. Roll this.
I got to know. I said to Dr. Morris or Governor Morrissey the first time I saw him, I said, "You look like you ate Governor Morrissey." and there was a lot of talk about getting healthy again, and I'm very happy that he's invited me to be his personal trainer. And I am going to put him on a really rigorous regimen. And we're going to put him on a carnivore diet. We're going to make him raise your hand if you want Governor Morrissey to do a public weigh-in once a month.
Wow.
I think it's a terrific idea.
Me too. Thank you.
And then when he's lost 30 pounds, I'm going to come back to the state and do a celebration and a public weigh-in with him.
So over the weekend, everybody was like, he's fat shaming the governor. He called him out for being fat. He probably saved his life.
Yeah.
Honest to God.
Yeah. If you're offended by being fat shamed or witnessing it as a third party, you are probably softer mentally than the person physically that's being fat shamed. Like, sometimes you need a kick in the ass. Okay.
Yes.
Like, now how I say to my daughter at 10 years old, maybe we don't do a bagel today. Daddy's starting to pick up on you gaining a little bit of a belly, versus telling a 40-year-old are two different things.
Yeah.
Two different things. But and I get it. And I always throw this disclaimer out here and on. I get it. There are some people out there with medical conditions where they've dieted, they've exercised, they've been relegated and forced into Wegovy and all this other nonsense. So for those people, I feel bad. But if you're fat for the sake of being fat because you're lazy, I don't feel bad for you.
I don't either. I'm all for a good fat shaming.
Agreed.
Every once in a while.
Yes. Yeah. You know what works? I know people say you should not fat shame and it's cruel. But it works. It works.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody says, "Hey, fatso," then you're like, "Really? Oh God, I guess I am." You know what I mean? It sticks with you.
Well, no, okay.
Soft, chubby, fat.
Thank you, JFK.
But first of all, though, let's point out that Governor Morrissey was in on this, and so they're holding a news conference together.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so the governor is helping to lead this thing, knew what he was going to say, and is in on it.
So even less reason for people to be outraged on both sides because it was all a work.
Yep.
Yeah, but if let's just say somebody is doing that to somebody publicly and they're not in on it, that would be horrible. And I
do it all the time.
To who?
I've said that very same rip 100 times.
To who?
On the air, back when I was doing sports.
Like to another
individual?
So-and-so
looks like they ate so-and-so. I mean,
that's not nice.
That's old school. Sometimes you can't be nice all the time.
Well, what are you, the doctor? Like you're the Surgeon General? Look, no, I don't think it's right, especially post-pandemic. I think it's horrible.
What does the pandemic have to do with it?
The pandemic has everything to do with it. The pandemic, everybody gained weight. Look it up. The pandemic.
Look it up.
Everybody gained weight. Our kids gained weight. Everybody became unhealthy, especially in this area where we had the most strict lockdowns in the nation.
I've gained 10 pounds doing this show.
See?
Well, radio's bad for your diet.
It really is.
It is. It really is. Because people are always bringing food into the studios.
Well, that one is shift work.
Well, not here. We haven't had food drops here. Or, they don't exist. I don't get anything to eat here. I got to go to the vending machine, which is also going to kill me.
When I worked with Bruno, I was 30 pounds heavier.
Yeah. You get all the Italian bakeries dropping off tomato pie every
2 days. There was something big to eat. Yeah.
But if you're a shift worker, which a lot of people who are waiting by 5:58 a.m. when we start now, which that's our new start time, 5:58. By the way,
It's not.
it kind of is, but a lot of people are already on the road. I mean, I have family and friends. They're like on the road. They're commuters. They do shift work. If you do shift work, look up the studies. You automatically are going to gain the weight.
I think we should all start a diet together as a show.
Like, and to get ready for the big,
Well, let me ask.
The big bike ride.
Okay, hang on. Let me ask you guys this. Getting back to the original point of this, because we wander. Is fat shaming ever okay?
No.
Yes.
Sometimes it is.
Adult to adult, yes. Adult to child, probably not. Child to child, probably not. Now,
What about parent to child?
Yeah, that's
No.
fine. It's fine.
No.
But you got to be. It depends. Is it a
No,
boy or a girl?
guys.
Is he 16 or is
No.
she 8?
No,
I
no,
parent
no.
differently based on the dynamics. How old's my kid? What's the gender? I'll tell you right now. I'm tougher on Olivia than I am Mia because Mia's a gentle one. She's a very girly girl. She's more sensitive. Olivia's got a little thicker skin. I can coach her up like a boy.
Olivia's like you.
She is.
No.
She's
She's
pissed.
more like you.
She's
They
angry.
all have
She's
tender
angry at the world.
souls.
Yes.
Trust me.
Yeah.
She's angry.
You're not right.
Yes. And she's ready to take it by
Angry at the
storm.
world.
She wants to win everything. Mia's just content, being, in the club.
Harry, Nick really needs to lay down on a couch and have somebody analyze his thoughts. and
Analyze
feelings.
him. Yes, I agree.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, totally.
Let's get an endorsement.
You do, pal.
I'll
Not
let
everything
you
is a
be
radio
transparent.
endorsement.
Yes,
Some
it
things you
is.
just need to do for your health. buddy.
I'm a capitalist.
So I think that it is. But Dawn, don't you think fat shaming somebody sometimes works?
No, not publicly, A, not publicly, and B, if somebody's not asking for your opinion, if somebody's not asking for it, then shut it. If it's your child, take them to a doctor. Take them to even the nurse practitioner.
The doctor will tell you, he'll put you on some medicine.
No.
That'll
That'll
make you fatter.
Here's
they
a
won't.
shot.
You know what the nurse practitioner or doctor is going to say?
Yeah.
Just what RFK Jr. said. We need more protein in our diets. That's the honest to God's truth, and we need consistent protein. And it's bad for us. And
Dawn, Joe Rogan, Stensland.
No, and I'm right here with it because
You on the paleo diet?
even if the paleo back in the day, it was the South Beach diet.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I
so,
remember that
or
one.
if you have to do the nutritional shakes, if you're at a job where you can, you know what I mean?
I love
Or
the
you're
shakes. I
doing
do that every
yeah.
day.
You do.
Yes.
Protein shakes, really?
Yeah, protein shakes
Yeah.
are good.
Nice.
Yes.
No, I'm all look. If it's a friend, a family, a loved one, and you've tried everything, and then the last resort is laying into them. And by the way, also, fat shaming doesn't have to be you getting in somebody's face, dropping expletive after expletive. I mean, it could be in a more gentle, loving, caring way. Like,
hey, fatso.
If you don't get it together, you're going to end up, diabetic, have heart disease, and be toast.
If you had fat shamed Chris Christie, would people be outraged by it?
It's a great. It's
true.
It's a great question. It's a great question.
That guy needs to be shamed because he's not healthy.
No,
Why doesn't he? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I'll just tell
Sloppy
you.
Chris
Yeah.
I'll just share
Trump-
something.
Trump
I have a-
does it.
I have a relative who, when she was 7 years old, she's now a few years older. But when she was 7, her teacher, who was more than 100 pounds overweight, and she loved this teacher, and she was a little girl, and she told the teacher, "But why are you fat?" And she was just a little. So the teacher starts crying.
Oh, it's awesome.
Oh,
Then
terrific.
And this little girl was made to feel horrible. Do you know that teacher is now dead? She died.
Because she was so fat.
This is a true story.
From what?
From being fat.
From
like
cardiovascular
Yes.
disease.
Yes.
If
from
she would
eating.
Yes.
Yeah.
instead of crying, she should have taken that advice that
Get on a treadmill.
Yes, that little kid gave to her, and maybe she'd be alive today. Thank you.
So then I was put down by the family because when I learned that the teacher, who was not old, died, I said to the little girl, everybody made you cry and made you say you were sorry, which she didn't even know. She's a little kid. You know how little kids just say things?
Yeah,
The kid did all she could to help out.
And so I said, you probably, if she had listened to you, maybe you would have saved her life.
Here's an idea. Why don't we just give Greenland to all fat people? We'll just ship them up and herd them on out, and they can roam around Denmark and, I don't know, do whatever they need to do.
But as far as RFK Jr., I think the point of this with a governor of a state who's volunteering to put himself up as saying, hey, I'm going to lose 30 pounds.
Yep.
Let's celebrate it. Let's all do this together. Is also, let's just point out, in America, we, more than any nation in the world, have this obesity epidemic for adults and for kids.
Right.
And for kids.
And the government is complicit with this.
So I gave you the stat last week. 77% of people 14 to 17 physically are unable to qualify for the military. Think about that.
Yeah.
That's it. Now,
I'm all for what RFK Jr.'s doing.
So
I
am
just
I.
can't hear him do it.
I
just don't want to listen to him explain it. Can you have somebody else explain it?
I agree with you. He needs a spokesperson. He does.
Yes.
He does.
I volunteer. I've got the time.
Everything he does. Well, no, in the next couple of weeks, you're going to be.
Oh, that's right. My Mondays are booked.
Sitting in for Dawn.
Yeah.
But by the way, the whole thing is that we just need somebody to work him like a ventriloquist. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like his words.
Like he should have like an AI speaking voice.
Every time he's on television, subtitles should automatically pop up.
Exactly. Closed caption.
Closed captioning,
yes.
Utah has become the first state to ban fluoride in drinking water. I want to get both of you, or all three of your opinions on this. Roll it.
Utah has become the first state to ban fluoride in drinking water. It's pushing past opposition from some dentists and health organizations who warn that the move could lead to medical problems for some people. Republican Governor Spencer Cox signed the legislation on Thursday, barring cities and communities from deciding whether to add the mineral to their water systems. The Associated Press says that Florida, Ohio, and South Carolina are considering similar measures as well.
I have not consumed tap water out of a faucet with one of those Britas put on top of it. I have not consumed regular spring water out of a bottle. I have not had anything other in the water department other than alkaline water in 8 years.
And your heart rate is 210.
That's correct. But
what is alkaline water?
Well, it's nine anything above neutral, which I think is 7.5 on the pH scale. When I had my reflux issue, I had to start drinking alkaline water.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the doctor was like, well, do you drink coffee? I said, yeah. He's like, do you drink alcohol? I said, yeah. He's like, do you like onions and garlic and tomatoes? Yeah.
Yes.
He's like, do you like acidic food? I said, I like anything with flavor. He goes, well, you've got a couple of options, and one of which was this, and I've never gone back.
Well, my question for you guys is that when you have a Brita filter, does that filter out the fluoride?
I'm not sure.
Some do, some don't.
From tap water?
I'll tell you what the government, all the studies, and this is from the National Center, National Library of Medicine. So there are studies from 2021-ish, but they say that all these different studies, research studies, both government and nonprofits, suggest fluoride is a human developmental neurotoxicant, it reduces measures of intelligence in children.
Yeah, it's making our kids stupid.
I
was going to say that.
Oh, that plus the smartphone, there's the dynamic duo.
That's Dawn.
It was a way to sell toothpaste back in the day.
So,
Dawn is correct that it's making our kids stupid according to some studies.
Yeah.
So, but will we? I mean, it's probably not a stretch to say the fluoride may have been helping our teeth.
Well,
is that really true though?
I don't know.
Or is that just a way to market toothpaste back in the?
Well, I mean,
when I was a kid.
Well, I mean, you get fluoride treatment when you go to the dentist, don't you? That's not. I mean, it's not toothpaste.
Do they do that?
Sure.
Still.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's still. I use as far as toothpaste goes, I use Sensodyne. They still put, even though that's considered the best toothpaste you can use especially if you have sensitivity.
You have bad gums.
Yeah, I got a little sensitive, little cold spots.
Oh my God, man. You're a mess.
Wow, you are a total train wreck.
He really
But there's still fluoride in the Sensodyne, so it still must be, I would assume, relatively okay for you.
You have like a new ailment every 6 months.
Well, but here's the thing. With fluoride, with toothpaste, you're not swallowing it. You're not consuming it, right?
No, but it absorbs into your body, though, doesn't it?
I would assume the absorption into your gums is so minuscule that it probably does not have remotely the same effect as swallowing water with fluoride. I would assume.
In the Lancet Neurology, they put fluoride in the same category as toxic metals like lead, mercury, or arsenic.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, that's no good.
No.
So.
Well, Dawn, what do you? I mean, I know you drink a lot of coffee, but do you drink water? And what type of water do you drink?
We have a filter in our from the fridge, so I drink that water.
How much water do you drink a day?
She has
a ton.
She
Do you
has
really?
Ton. So do I.
She has Sherpas that come and deliver her and Larry
the
water every
Sherpas.
day.
That's it. That's the
but
tip.
From the Himalayas.
I was under the assumption you're like Trump, that you don't drink water. I've never seen you drink anything other than coffee.
Well, you know when I carry around the coffee mug or whatever, but I
And a
often you're assuming I'm drinking coffee. At some point, usually around this time when I run, I just put filtered water in it.
Oh.
So I'm just drinking water, not coffee.
Got it.
But yeah, I don't drink soda. I don't drink juice. I drink coffee and water. That's it.
I drink 3 of these a day.
Yeah.
So I drink about 100 ounces of water a day.
8 ounce, right? That's what the minimum.
Yep. But none of it has fluoride in it, right? Because
I don't know.
we're drinking it from
The filter.
Well, it's filtered. I don't know if it takes out the fluoride, but
That's a good question, Harry.
yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
I'm sure the YouTube chat will have the answer.
Does Poland
Yes.
Spring and like the bottled waters, do they have fluoride in them?
Probably.
You think? Yeah.
I mean,
So there's a campaign out. This is Cut 13, Phil. There's a campaign out to so we have to say the R word now when saying retarded. We have to say the R word.
You can't use that word anymore?
Well,
Is that the
I
rule?
think they have an issue with the word retard.
Okay.
You can't say that. So there's a big
This
campaign.
isn't new.
Yeah, this campaign is new. This video that was released over the weekend is new, where they're trying to get people to stop saying retard, and you have to actually say the R word now.
Yeah, well, because there's a handful of right-wing social media influencers that love to throw that word around, obsessively, and then put pictures of Kamala Harris underneath the title.
Here's my there's a whole Twitter account called Find a R word.
Yeah. I mean,
it just tweets at people and says, "Here's one."
Yeah, if you're throwing these Democrats under the R word, like
Come on, it's funny.
It's funny, I get it, but I'm just saying you're not winning anybody over by doing that.
Here's the thing.
No, you're not.
Here's the thing with these whole thing. Like they're just words, for God's
I
sake.
agree.
And isn't it like
but
this is like mental retardation is a clinical term,
But
isn't it?
but it's a stupid term because
Yeah.
there's no such thing. The reason that I'm not going to use the term is it's a wrong term. The word retardation means to go backwards, and anybody who's around somebody with any kind of developmental delays moves forward in ways that, by the way, even when the officials tell you, oh no, they'll never fill in the blank, they'll never speak, they'll never do this on their own. Yes, they will.
By the way, all these self-righteous people that are sitting here with these signs that has the R word with a cross through it, in their personal life, and they're hanging around with their friends, they're saying the word.
Of course they have.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
But it's more accurate to say developmental. It's the better.
It's harder to say it.
Yeah.
No, it isn't really. It's
the R word just sort of rolls off the tongue.
It's a fun word.
Either you can say brain damage, which is accurate, brain damage, or you can say developmentally delayed or developmental delays. Those
That's
are
too
more
much.
accurate terms.
Yeah. I got to tell you right now, the first seven.
So people can't say developmental delays. Who's the R?
Right.
Then
it's gonna
right?
be a lot easier for me next month when I shank my first 7-iron into the woods to say, "God damn it, Nick, you effing R word," than developmentally disabled.
Correct.
What would you say, Don?
I forget.
Peter M says it's an effing slur. Is it?
It is a slur.
Okay. All right. I mean,
but more importantly, use your words. Like, words are powerful. So why use a word that's just so
words
inaccurate?
are words. Words are
Yeah,
words.
but why use a word that's so inaccurate to describe something? It's a developmental delay. It's a brain injury. And by the way, a brain injury, rather than say like all these other terms, is something that you can heal, that you can deal with.
By the way, like nobody's calling somebody who actually has these issues that. It's
right.
It's a derogatory word that guys use, and it's
Right.
mostly guys.
When guys
Like
say
I would
something
call
stupid.
Nick. I would call Nick that
Yes.
on occasion.
Yes.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
you have.
Yes.
When he makes a really bad pick in football or something.
All right. Roll this video. Oh, for God's sake.
Most people don't think about the R word as hate speech. That's exactly what it feels like.
All right, stop it for a second. Remember last week when I said I had a problem with hate speech? This is the problem. Okay. This is the problem why I have a problem with hate speech. It's because yentas like this blue-haired fossil is like, it's hate speech.
That's my neighbor.
This is exactly what hate speech is. Like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Right. By the way, the Philadelphia Water Department, since 1954, puts fluoride into the water we drink.
Cool.
There you
To
go.
help prevent tooth decay.
Tooth decay. I mean, have
This
any of us
segment-
had...
It rots your brain, but it's good for your teeth.
This segment talking about developmental delays. Huh.
Well, judging
Could it be the water?
being privy to Harry's dental bills, the fluoride has not worked in the city water.
No, it has not.
Yes, Christopher Grimm says all the brake retard signs will read brake R word. Yes, because the brake retardant, right?
You know what bothers me more than anything is these people, and I'll just assume that lady you showed us there in the beginning of that clip, Stalker, is a liberal. I'll just go out on a limb. She's more offended by the use of the R word than she is by the destruction of Teslas.
Yes.
I have never understood the individual that's more butthurt over words than violent criminal actions. But that's just me.
We'll get to that in 1 second. All right, Phil, can you rewind this for these people? Yeah, roll it.
Most people don't think about the R word as hate speech. That's exactly what it feels like for millions of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, their family, and their friends.
While the R word used to be a medical term, it became an insult to demean those with intellectual disabilities.
70% of all social media posts about intellectual disabilities are negative, and 60% of those use the R word.
200 million people with intellectual disabilities are marginalized.
So I've mentioned many times on this show that my wife's sister has Down syndrome.
Yeah.
So my mother-in-law, who might be a Trump hater, but she's not a woke progressive. She's more of like your old school classic liberal Democrat. Her daughter is Down syndrome. She's 35 years old. She is not offended by the use of the R word when boys are being boys and guys are being guys, throwing it around in the setting that we talked about. Now, if a grown adult walked up to my sister-in-law while they were at the grocery store and said to my mother-in-law, what are you doing here with your R-word daughter? Like, she would be ticked off
100%.
about that.
As well she should be.
Right.
As well she should be.
Right.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, guys.
There's a difference here.
There's words are words.
Context.
But if you go up to somebody who's mentally disabled and you said, you should be beaten. You should be beaten by every inch of your life.
Shame.
Honestly. But a bunch of guys getting together and saying it, in jest.
Yeah.
Is that the end of the world? And the problem I have with all these self-righteous D-bags that have, these signs is, they've used it in their life. They have.
So Marcus Aurelius is challenging Dawn on the definition. He says the R word means to slow, to hinder, or to impede one's progress or development. It is an appropriate and accurate term. The R word have an impeded mental development.
Right.
I don't know if you want to get into the minutia of it, but
if it's something that, and think about the brake term.
Yep.
What does it do?
Slow you down.
To a brake. So in other words, the word developmental delay is actually more accurate. For Down syndrome kids, I'll give you a great example. They used to say, institutionalize your child. There's no hope. Your child will never speak. Your child will never be productive. Well, we know that's just not true. Because some families said, nope, I'm not going to put my kid in an institution. And guess what? You see all kinds of people with speech. They're in different contests. There are even some of them are being mainstreamed into schools. And so it's just a lie, and it's a misnomer. So it's more accurate, to be honest, if you just say brain injury, because it is a brain injury, or to say a developmental delay.
Let me ask you a question, Dawn, since
Yes.
you love Elon Musk and you retweet him at every second you can. When he uses the R word...
I didn't hear him use the R word.
I mean, he uses it on Twitter
does?
all the time.
I didn't see
all
it.
the time.
He does.
You can't tell because he tweets 150 times a day.
Yeah.
But
I
does.
missed that one.
He does use the R word a lot. So I'm just curious where people come down on their hero Elon Musk using it. If he should use it or not.
When referring to Democrats, usually.
No, but just
just don't use it. Anybody? Okay.
Just don't.
Just asking.
I mean, there's many times I would love to use it, but I know with a target on my back, I'm not going to use it. But again, I said earlier when we started this conversation, just using it in such a cavalier fashion, to quote dunk on somebody politically, it's not a good look. I don't think you win anybody over to your side of the fence by using it in a political argument when you disagree with somebody politically. I don't think there's an independent out there undecided and says, well, you know what? Elon Musk made a great point. He called Jasmine Crockett the R word. I'm going to vote Republican now.
Right.
I mean, you're cool. You're going to get likes and you're going to get retweets.
Speaking of the R word, Jasmine Crockett. This is cut 16, Phil.
Proof that education is overrated.
Well, she claims that illegal immigrants contribute $100 billion annually in taxes.
Oh, is that right?
Roll this.
To be clear, undocumented folk contribute approximately $100 billion in taxes. They pay into Social Security, and they don't get to draw down on it. So stop, again, allowing them to divide us and to demonize them.
I'd like to know where she got that statistic from.
Yeah. Did she cite anything?
Yeah. Where does that come from?
We don't need to cite anything these days, Harry. Come on.
No.
Come on.
Yeah.
We just spout things out, and it's our
move
truth.
on.
So it's true. Exactly.
I mean, are the illegal immigrants that come here to work during the landscaping season, are they paying taxes when they're under the table? Highly doubt it. So I don't know where you got $100 billion from. If anybody can find if that's true, I'd love to know.
By the way, Carissa, Dawn says, love you, Dawn, but none of this is accurate. I've worked with in the disability field for 16 years, and most of our clients have genetic disorders, not brain damage. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what you said about that.
Well, when you're Down syndrome, I think it's either you were born with one extra chromosome or you were born with one short. I don't know. I think we're supposed to have 46 or 47 Down syndrome children have either one too many or one too little.
By the way,
some would say I have one too little.
By the way, the Down syndrome, like Nick, I'm sure she's your sister-in-law?
Yeah, she gives me the middle finger every time she sees me.
I bet you probably have you have the most honest conversations with her than anybody else in your family.
I do.
Because
I bet.
She's not gonna sugarcoat anything.
Nope, not gonna sugarcoat anything and not regurgitate what I tell her not to.
Beautiful.
That's terrific.
This woman claims. I'm going to trigger Dawn here. This woman claims that trans women are more women than cis women.
Oh boy. So I step out of this one for a moment.
I'm just gonna.
We got to play to our strengths on this show.
You two guys, us three guys can sit back and just let Dawn know.
So let's play this, and then the next 90 seconds are all done.
Roll it.
I truly think that trans women are the best of us.
The best of us.
The best of us. And not only do I not think that they take anything away from my experience as a cis woman, I think that they are actually one of the purest forms of womanhood and highlight some of the most beautiful parts of womanhood.
Yeah.
Because what do you mean that in our patriarchal society you are going to throw away all of the privilege that you have as someone that was born a man and choose girlhood even when it means you have a life expectancy of 40 and you instantly become the most at-risk woman in your society? Like, that's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
What?
How does any woman see someone fighting that hard to be one of us and your gut reaction is to call them a man? No, babe. They're more woman than you will ever be.
Wow. Dawn is speechless.
That rationale makes no sense. She just makes no sense.
First of all, what is cis anyway? When did that become?
I don't know. Nick uses that word, and you need to stop because I don't.
No,
it's a made-up word.
Well, no, that's the way the left loves to target us straight white
regular people,
straight white men. Yes, no, the straight white cis male is the definition of toxicity.
Yeah.
The straight white cis male is everything that's wrong with America. The straight white cis male is the reason why we have structural racism and all this hogwash.
Well, there's male privilege too. I just learned
there's male
from this
privilege
conversation.
Type A, alpha males.
So her point is that you get so much advantage to being a man that this person is giving up their manhood to be a woman, and we should respect them. They want to be a woman so much that they want to take the privileges they have of being a man and get rid of them to be a woman, so therefore they're the purest form of woman.
Wow. That's a great explanation.
Thank you.
In Bizarro Land. And I would ask her, why is she says that the average life expectancy is age 40?
Yeah.
40.
For who? For
a transgender person?
I guess for trans.
And is that because
you chop things off?
Is that because they have a mental health disease?
Or because you chop things off?
And they're doing self-harm?
Yeah.
Or because what?
Yeah. It's a very interesting point. Like, why is that? Like, first of all, we don't even know if that statistic is true. But you don't see a lot of aging trans people, right? It's always younger people that are trans people, right?
Yes. It's because it's a regional, generational mental health decline.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, was this? I don't remember this ever being a thing when I was a young kid.
No, it wasn't.
No.
Well,
and that was in the 70s.
It's just always at risk, always under attack. You're just flooding your timeline with your pontifications.
Suicides, mutilations. It's an interesting question. If that statistic is true, and I don't know it to be, but if it is, like, that should be looked into, a lot.
Right.
Like, why are trans people only living to the age of 40?
I'll rule out one reason: they're not being bullied, harassed, and intimidated to the point where they take their own life.
Well, that's what the media would have you.
Oh, of course,
believe,
of
right?
course.
Yes.
That trans people aren't safe.
Yes.
Because people are looking at
Trump is taking all of their
They're
rights.
being hunted down.
Yep, 100%. They're being hunted down, and they're not safe in this country, and they have to leave.
Can you just imagine being now that lady in that video? She was a biological female.
Yes.
So
I believe so. I think she
sitting-
was a cisgendered female.
I mean, she's sitting there trying to tell other biological females that were born with a vagina and two breasts that they are less woman than a man who is trying to remove his male genitalia and then surgically add a vagina and two breasts is more woman than the one that came out naturally.
Yeah, and I tell you, the way Greg described it, I kind of believe it.
Yeah.
That was one of your best descriptions.
You're giving up your maleness.
Yeah. You gotta put that on a demo tape.
That's just what I need, a demo tape. So I can go work in Market 97. No, thank you. This is
Greenland. You can go work in Greenland.
You can do afternoon drive in Greenland.
You could be the Howard Stern of Greenland.
It's strategic. It's strategic, Harry. Strategic.
Right.
JD says, if we can't use the R word, then they can't use cis because I'm offended to be referred to as cis. I agree with that. I agree with that. I do not like the term cis. Okay, let's get into the since we're down this road of the R word and mentally unstable people.
Wait. Somebody who is the R word is not mentally unstable, though.
No.
Totally different. Oh, okay.
No, I said the R word, and then that
okay.
last woman that we referred to, who is definitely mentally unstable, in my opinion. Let's go to these people that are graffitiing and doing things to Teslas. Nick made reference to this in his big take this morning, but this is local. So this is. I don't think we have to say alleged anymore because I think he's been arrested, right?
He's been charged.
This is 55-year-old Chad Rittenbow. He was busted for, I guess, allegedly carving a swastika on a Tesla outside of the Planet Fitness there in Doylestown in Bucks County. Let's roll this. Let's roll this video here. These people are so dumb that they don't realize that you can roll the video, Phil.
Analyzing a Tesla outside of Planet Fitness in Doylestown on Monday morning. The victim says he found a swastika scratched into the side of the Tesla and then checked the vehicle surveillance video, which, well, recorded the incident. Employees at Planet Fitness were able to identify the man. Central Bucks Regional Police say he faces criminal mischief, harassment, and disorderly conduct.
By the way, this, according to the report, this Chad Rittenbaugh, he's an accomplished sales and operations management professional with 20 plus years of international experience in the hospitality and travel industry.
Yeah. Looks a little mentally unstable.
He looks a little unstable to me.
Yeah. He's got the Oberman thing going. The weird glasses, the hair color. Yeah.
Do these people not realize that they're walking or they're driving surveillance cameras?
I actually think a lot of them don't.
I agree with you.
Because I did not know that until last week.
I didn't either.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's cameras all around it, and it's these people just have no they have no idea. They have no idea.
This 55-year-old local guy who's now facing these charges, I imagine that he will also be sued, and he will have to pay to completely repaint that vehicle.
As well he should.
And so that would be expected, and perhaps the victim in this could even sue for somebody who intimidated a hate crime and get a settlement against this person. So I think for people who are protesters who cause damage like that, they should be sued and they should have to pay.
Agreed on all of that.
The one thing I would say, and again, I do think when it goes to the level of firebombing and Molotov cocktails, things like that, I do think it's domestic terrorism.
That's mostly peaceful, though.
But
yeah.
Well, it's intimidation.
But this notion, I've seen a lot of people throwing around in regards to the swastika stuff, which I believe that was what happened here, right? It was a swastika that he put on the car?
Allegedly. I think we have to say.
Well, it was a swastika, but it is this guy who's identified is accused of it.
Yes.
Thank you, Don.
Now, this guy could very well be anti-Semitic, but it does not mean, but by him putting the swastika allegedly on this guy's car, that does not mean he's anti-Semitic. I've seen a lot of people, you talk about false labels.
Yeah.
That does not mean you're anti-Semitic. You could be trying to imply by putting that swastika on this guy's car, allegedly, that the guy driving it with the swastika would then be perceived by others to be anti-Semitic. Now, if I had to guess, I'm just guessing here. I'm guessing this guy is a left-wing nut. And if I asked him, what side do you fall on, Hamas or Israel? He's probably pro-Hamas.
Yeah.
But labeling people anti-Semitic, I've seen it a lot on social media, is factually incorrect for what that's worth.
This is, you made reference to this earlier, I think, Nick. These are protesters outside of a Tesla dealership in New York City chanting, "Burn a Tesla, save democracy." Roll this. Look at these people. Can you imagine, wasting your time? I think this happened on Saturday. It's a beautiful day outside, and you're wasting your time standing outside a Tesla dealership with your dumb signs.
Yeah.
The best part
None
of all
these
of that.
people golf.
Yeah.
No.
Get a hobby, folks.
That's why you
Get
need
a hobby.
a hobby.
Yeah.
Just preferably don't golf where I am because I'm trying to get done
Stay
in
away
3.5
from me.
hours. Yeah, go play at a Muni. But here's the deal. I mean, that was Saturday, and that was New York. I'm guessing relatively same temperature, probably about 80 degrees. And
75,
And there are people walking around with COVID masks.
Oh, yeah.
In that video.
Yeah.
Wearing a COVID mask.
These are mentally ill people.
When it's hot as hell out, 5 years removed from a pandemic.
Yep.
They're afraid to go outside.
Yep.
They really are.
100%.
Yeah.
And then your message is, in order to preserve democracy, to burn Teslas.
I know. It makes absolutely no sense. It makes
Because he's
no sense.
finding fraud in the government. And that's a bad thing.
R-word applicable here?
Yes.
See, everything comes full circle. I like that.
Part of this is who is promoting this?
Who's funding it?
And I do feel that the groups who are promoting this, and as well the so-called mainstream media, the CNNs of the world, they're complicit in this. They're playing people. They're convincing people that somehow somebody is a Hitler enthusiast. That somehow somebody in this administration, that invented or has these Teslas. And first of all, the dealership is a separate person. But to convince people that this kind of violence is okay, I think that anybody who promotes that and reports it wrongfully is also complicit and should be named in all the lawsuits.
Yeah.
So if I'm the victim, in Doylestown. I'm going to name all these other, I'm going to name everybody. Get a biggity big lawyer. And I hate to start saying this because I'm not a litigious person, but the lawyers always wins. You always said this. Seriously, just start suing and naming the corporations. Name CNN, name all of them.
Chuck
and say
Schumer.
they are all complicit. And make them hire lawyers and make them go and have to defend themselves in court. And maybe, just maybe, they'll get the message. Because it's ridiculous.
Well, to your point, I mean, this is courtesy of freedomnews.tv, which is a feed that a lot of social media Republicans follow. I'd love to know locally, did WPIX, is Pix 11 still a thing in New York, Dawn?
Sure.
Yeah,
Did the mainstream local New York outlets cover this story Saturday night in their late news?
It's one thing to cover something. It's the way that you cover it.
Agreed.
And that's
it's
a
news.
piece of it. And
it's
by the way,
news to cover it. Yeah.
And let us not forget, Fox News, the parent company, the corporation, paid an unprecedented amount of money. That was after the Dominion. Remember, Dominion sued them. And so when you report something, and if you don't have your facts, and that's why, in all seriousness, why, Greg, like I'll say allegedly and this and that, because it matters.
Yes. Yeah. My one and only job is to protect the license of this radio station. Did you guys see this story? Because there's more to it. It was the front page of the Sunday New York Post. This woman who was on the subway in New York, speaking of New York, and there was a guy with a MAGA hat on, and she started yelling at him and saying that he was he was supporting a rapist or a Nazi or something like that.
Nazi, yeah.
And they got off of the stop. She chased him to try and grab the hat from him, and she
fell flat on her face.
Play this video. I don't know if you guys saw this here.
I did
Oh,
not.
wait, hang on. This is there's cursing here, so I have to play this. Hang on. Start it over, Phil, and go.
That's why he won. People like you. That's why he won. That is why he won, because of people like you need to stop and let him live. Bro, just chill, bro. You're okay with that? He's a racist. How can I be racist?
Can you pause that?
Yep.
I get the feeling. Now, you can't see the guy. So if you're not watching, on the right-hand side of the SEPTA, or the train, is the white chick yelling at the white dude with the MAGA hat. On the left. But
he's standing by the door.
Correct.
Yeah.
But does that sound like a black man defending the white guy with the Trump hat? Listen to this again.
He's off camera, though. You can't see him.
him.
Yeah.
Right.
But take a listen to this.
Wait, let's start it from the very beginning again, Phil, if you will. Start it over and go.
That's why he won. People like you. That's why he won. That is why he won, because of people like you need to stop and let him live. Bro, just chill, bro. You're okay with that? He's a racist. How can I be racist?
See, pause it right there. So she is saying to the Trump supporter who's white with a red MAGA hat that he is racist. I infer that she is talking to a black man saying, you're okay with him being a racist, to which the black guy, not saying he's a Trump supporter, thinks that the whole Trump MAGA red hat thing, labeling people racist, is a little fugazi, but you can continue.
All right, ready, go.
He's a racist. How can I be racist? No, he's not. Leave him alone. You will not be Democrats. Educated. Oh, are you? Why are you wearing that hat? I don't know how long the Democrats.
These poor other people on the train.
They're just trying to get to work.
Away.
Now watch. This is the best part of the video where he gets off. He takes off his hat and she chases him. Watch this. Chases him. Oh, she face
down.
Down
goes
That's
Frazier.
amazing. Down goes Frazier.
Karma's a bee, isn't it?
So she was identified over the weekend as 55-year-old Alberta Testanero. She works with luxury brands including Tiffany & Company, Coach, Bergdorf Goodman, and Kate Spade. She's an experienced team leader. I have a keen understanding of the relationship between corporate strategy and creative vision, her LinkedIn profile says.
So another unhinged liberal female in corporate America in her 50s, Probably not married. Probably doesn't have kids. Yeah, that is the most violent. I don't want to say violent because she wasn't violent there, although she's chasing after him. So you could imply she was intending to inflict bodily harm. But these are the most unhinged group. This is the group that I swear to God, I really thought that would be what cost Trump, and I'm glad it didn't. But that was what I told you all fall. Like if Trump loses, it's because of that person right there.
Yeah.
Thank God it didn't happen. Dawn, they're not healthy.
No.
You have to help them.
No, you wonder what happens to her in her job.
Right. Selling all those bougie brands.
Yeah, a coworker did interviews in New York, I guess, to some of the print media, and the coworker said that Testanero is known regularly at work to argue with Republicans and calls out people at work that she deems racist.
Oh, can you imagine working with somebody like that?
Oh,
God. These poor people just want to do their job and go home.
All right, so here's the question.
It's kook.
Let's say that she's your boss and you're making $400,000 a year, but she's going to chastise you. Are you quitting, or is the salary too good to pass on? You just take the abuse and give it back.
Give it back?
Yeah, give it back as in give it back to her like, go pound sand, you lost.
But look at the poor guy who's running from her, who she's harassing.
Mm-hmm.
The guy just wants to get away from her.
Yeah.
And runs away from her, and she's chasing somebody down.
I feel bad for those guys that are sitting there just swiping on their phone, just waiting for their exit.
Yep.
I'm just trying to tune it out.
Another. This is cut 25 here, Phil. This is another 61-year-old female Tesla driver who's assaulted inside her own car after being chased down. The woman, who was identified as Susan, was driving on Route 66 in Flagstaff, Arizona, when the assault happened. Roll this. I think you can just I think there's just a video.
Take a look at this. This is video from the victim's Tesla camera. It shows a green car pulling up to a Tesla on busy Route 66, then swerving in front to box the Tesla in.
God.
The driver then walks over to the 61-year-old woman in the Tesla and reportedly starts hitting her while she's sitting behind the wheel.
What is
At one
wrong
point, the
with
woman
people? That's
says
physical,
she bit
that's
the man's
felony?
hand.
That is
Moments
felony
later,
assault.
the passenger of the green car appears to walk over and pull the attacker away. They finally get back in their car and drive off. We spoke to the victim today, who said she was terrified and can't understand why anyone would do this.
I was just stunned, and I wished that I would have had someone with me that would have protected me. I'm just appalled. I didn't buy my car for a political statement. I bought my car because it's really fun to drive, and my politics have nothing to do with that. And I'm ashamed of our society.
Yeah, you should be.
Yeah, so am I.
They're probably on the same side politically too, which is
that's the crazy thing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Good chance that I would say more than 50% of Teslas on the road are either owned by people that are on the left or apolitical and only bought it because, like she said, it's a cool vehicle.
Can you imagine?
It's fun to drive.
Just like what you drive now, and the car that used to be championed by the elites and the liberal left is now like people are being beaten up because of the cars they drive.
You're now a target.
They're just. By the way, these lunatics are just making more MAGA voters. That's all they're doing.
You think?
Yes, 100%.
Well, yes,
100%. That woman, if she was on the liberal left and, got the, crap kicked out of her by some angry dude, she's like, screw these people. Like, why am I fighting for these people? F them.
Well, I'd like to think you're right, Stalker, with that being a net positive. But if you look at Lancaster County and we see what happens later this week in Wisconsin, you can have all the Tesla terror you want. If Republicans don't get off of their fat asses and vote for somebody when Trump's not on the ticket, you're going to lose. I hope you're not
they're being outspent 10-1.
Yep. I'm going to have to play it. Here we go.
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch.
See? He was fat shaming me.
He was. He
was fat shaming me into voting.
Dawn,
what do you think of that?
Don't just make the assumption that you're going to win every election because Democrats are crazy. If you don't vote, you're going to lose. And I hate to say it, but Trump's not going to be on every ticket. He's not going to be on every ballot. He's not going to be around forever. You're going to have to find somebody else that you like. Vote for him. Vote for anybody.
We should break and come back and do more.
Yes.
Because we've been yappering for almost an hour here.
All right. Kayal and Company, we continue with the cut sheet after this. Stay right there.
Marvin E. Cans, Dawn.
We got to talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cans. You got to meet them on our Friday of our big day of our thon. But keeping your home obviously efficient and safe, no matter what the season. We're in springtime now. It's time to call my guys at Marvin E. Cans and get ready for spring and summertime this season. Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned and military veteran founded company. Take my advice, just call Marvin E. Cans to get your furnace and your system checked for this spring. If they feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high efficiency Trane furnace. Hard to stop a train, as they say, Trane. So just contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinECans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Registering today at PGAChampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater April 5th. Proceeds support the Abington Police Foundation and St. Luke's School. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn. Make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Eric the Red checks in on X with
Love
all
Eric
of
the Red.
us. Yeah, good tweeter. He says, Nick, those guys on the subway swiping while that woman accosted the MAGA hat dude were just swiping her off of their dating apps.
That's good.
You know, I was thinking about that, too, with that video of those guys sitting there. I'm actually even surprised a little bit that the dude that you can't see in the video interjected verbally, especially after the Daniel Penny stuff.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to be a little surprised if anybody intervenes in fear of them being prosecuted for being the bad guy.
Agreed.
When they're merely trying to be a good Samaritan.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. And I'm only seeing 165 likes, and that is just not correct. So you need to smash that like button. Hit that like button right now. Even if you're not watching, thank you, Harry. Even if you're not watching, just go over to YouTube, hit the like button, and then listen to us on 1210 or on the Odyssey app, wherever you are. Just hit the like button and make sure you're hitting the subscribe button too while you're there. I know the answer from Dawn Stensland. It's going to be a no, but I'm going to ask. Be truthful, Nick Kayal, Harry Mays. Have either of you ever dined and dashed?
No.
Yes.
God, no.
Yes.
I have as
Yes.
well.
You have? You guys really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did
You've
it once
skipped-
or twice back in West Reading.
I'm not.
You've skipped out on a tab.
Yeah, I'm not proud of it.
Yes.
I'm not proud of it.
You scumbags.
Yeah. No,
I left the tip.
I did too.
You left
yes.
the tip.
I left
yes.
the tip.
Harry's 100% right. I 100% did the same thing. I left the tip and then just.
So you dropped the 20 spot, but you bounced on the $80 tab.
Yes.
Now, this was back in the 80s. It was more like $5. for the
Okay.
tip.
So you left $1, but you didn't pay the $5.
It's not right. It's not right. And by the way, the establishment, Nick, I'm not going to name the establishment, but the establishment that I did it at, it's not there anymore, but you would know it very well. It used to be a restaurant by the Westgate Mall.
But okay.
Oh, is this a Lehigh Valley?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Harry
It's not there
loves
anymore.
the Lehigh Valley.
Well, I did mine back in Berks County, so it's a similar spot. And it was so easy to do at this place.
I know.
Like, I mean,
Westgate Mall.
I mean, we would just go there after a night of drinking,
Mhm.
and then it was like 3:00 in the morning. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Yeah.
And we'd order breakfast, and then we'd we'd all leave. Wow, it's not right. It's
Yeah,
not right.
that's
I'm not
a-
proud of
yeah,
it.
you
I don't
shouldn't be.
condone it.
No.
I don't condone it either, and I would take myself out now for doing it.
I'll tell you this much: you will not get a pardon. No pardons for that.
Well, apparently this is becoming a thing now on social media, and then they tag the restaurant when they do it.
Oh.
And they say thanks for the free food.
Oh, good. So they can track them down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Roll this.
Days ago, 3 women from Rochester, New York, were here in Chicago to celebrate a birthday and left behind one heck of a surprise. They decided to dine and dash after greasing their fingers on chicken wings, eating Alfredo, and washing it all down with flights of drinks.
The server went to the table. They asked for the ticket to be split. She left from this table behind me to a few steps away, clicked the button. As she left, they got up one at a time and walked out.
So let's look at this. You see it, 262 buckaroos. The
Wow,
tab
that's-
was well
yeah.
over
Yeah.
$200.
Yeah,
At
mine was not
Sunrise,
that high.
located in the
No.
Near North neighborhood, though. They skipped on the bill. They were spotted on surveillance, leaving one at a time within 30 seconds of the server stepping away. One lady you couldn't miss, she was wearing a blue wig. You see her right there. They also forgot that they added information to the wait list before being seated,
they're so
including a
dumb.
name and number.
Oh, good.
And to add insult
Oh,
to
good.
injury, the trio laughed about it right there on social media, tagging the restaurant and telling them thanks for the free food.
These are brain
Sadly,
surgeons.
it's not the first time. The owners own 5 restaurants and have seen an uptick in dine and dash incidents. It's a crime that impacts the owners and their wait staff.
Some places
Wow.
do make the servers come out and pay for those bills, but Fab and Soul Vibes here, they don't make us pay for it. Well, that's really grateful because 300, 400 could really break our bank for that day.
Yeah.
Labor cost is up 35%. Product cost is up 35%. And I used to say the industry used to be an industry of nickels and dime. Now it's an industry of pennies and nickels. So when you get these dine and dash incidences, you know what I mean? You know, the consumer or the people that are doing this dine and dash might think, oh, it's just $100. Yeah, but it's hurting the bottom line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a gr-
Now, I don't want him to be RFK Jr.'s spokesperson either. My goodness.
I mean, first of all, when we did it, like Harry, it was a $25 check.
Oh, at most,
if
like
that.
$15.
Yeah,
$15, and there was no drinks.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make light of what I did. I shouldn't have done it. But
Yeah, I mean-
it was a different time.
But I was being honest, and I don't think Nick is being honest with
No,
us.
I'm dead. No, I'm dead serious. I would be petrified of getting caught. That's why I don't do it.
Because he's the one who would get caught.
Right. I would be caught.
You know what I mean?
I'd be like that
Well-
chick on the subway. I'd trip and fall, knock over the toothpicks, and they would out me. Which, by the way, whatever happened to the toothpick on the way out? I used to love to grab a toothpick.
And a mint.
And a mint.
That went out with COVID.
Yeah,
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
You know, Dawn, I'm sure you have thoughts on this because you were a former server when you were putting your way through school.
Yep.
And Stucker, so maybe this explains why you tip 30% everywhere you go now. You're making up for your
It's a
sins.
guilt.
I
It's a
did.
guilt
Yeah,
trip. Yeah.
Honestly, I am so not good at any of this type of stuff. Like I'm not a criminal mastermind or anything like that. I felt so guilty about this for years to
Well,
come.
I always feel when I go out with my wife and daughters,
Yeah.
typically I'll leave about 2 minutes before we're getting ready to, pack up and leave the booth. I always get a booth when we go out. I hate the open floor table. So I'll go out and get my truck and bring it around to the front. And I'm always worried that somebody thinks in the restaurant themselves that works there that I'm dashing and skipping out.
Yeah.
So, like if I ever get confronted, I'll be like, no, wife and daughters, I'm just bringing the car around, they've got the debit card, whatever. But Dawn, this has to tick you off, right? I mean, because I'm assuming when you worked, this was coming out of your tips, right?
Yeah, and the one woman who was interviewed is correct because it's a restaurant group.
Yeah.
They can afford to absorb it. But a lot of mom and pop type places that are not, let's say, a group or a chain, that sort of thing, it's on you. You, the
Right.
server, have to give up, basically pay up. And if you're not going to have all that money right there. So then you have to come back to work and work it off.
Mhm.
And a lot of them make you accountable.
Yeah.
So for me, I would say, people should consider that if they're, thinking about it. But throw the book at these individuals.
Oh, I agree.
You know, throw the book at them.
Even if that person was not a great server, that person is serving and working to give you food and beverage. And you now look, if they're terrible, tip them 15%. You know, I tell you, like I'm tipping you. I'm not doing 25% just because you chose this profession.
Yeah.
If you were good, I'll give you 25%. If you were average, you're getting 15. But these pieces of what that walk out on it, really? And then then it was what, $262?
Yeah.
Yeah. I always left a tip, and the bill was never more than like $15-18.
Me too.
I think Trump should sign
Harry
an
and I are
executive. Trump needs to sign an executive order on this today.
Harry and I are trying to talk our way out of this.
Exactly.
Hey, listen. You can accuse me a lot on the show, but I'm always honest. I will always be honest.
Yeah. I never thought that I work and run with thieves. Until
By the way,
today
Kayal,
happened.
nothing like you've never gone into a convenience store to
never
taken a package.
have stolen a red cent. In my life.
Did you ever get your buddy that ran the Foot Locker up there at the Lehigh Valley Mall to slide you free sneakers?
There's a
No discount, employee discount. Yes.
Oh, so you improperly used an employee discount?
Well, I used to be an employee there, so I haven't punched in my code.
Okay.
Stensland, be honest.
We talk about this in my family because my mom had this thing, the Book of Lambs. It was like AI watching you everywhere. So my girlfriend, because it's a girl thing a lot of times that they'll shoplift, I was like, Book of Lambs. Like my mom ingrained that, and then she like hit us with Hot Wheel tracks as well. So there's that.
Yeah.
I never shoplifted, but I'm probably one of the few of my friend group because that, unfortunately, that's like a popular girl passage of whatever thing to do. But I never did it because my mom instilled the
Book of
fear
Lambs,
of
huh?
God, and
Yeah.
it was like Book of Lambs. What the heck? But she just scared the heck out of us.
See, I prefer the movie Silence of the Lambs, but that's just me.
So didn't Winona Ryder get busted for
She did.
shoplifting
Yeah.
back
She
in the
did.
90s?
Back in the 90s.
Well,
that's
it's
good. That's good Winona Ryder knowledge by you.
It's proved, though, that sometimes with shoplift, I know this lady in Chestnut Hill, Maria, who she owned a shop for years. She said that it's like a mental illness. Some people have this thing.
Compulsion. It's like a
It's like a compulsion.
And that's what I guess Winona Ryder had, that she's a wealthy person, didn't need the stuff, but it's this weird, like, you need treatment for it.
Uncle Sam on the YouTube chat says Harry and Greg need to do community service. That's
I
true.
agree.
It's
I
true.
agree.
Isn't that what we're doing right now?
Exactly.
Hey, let's not get lost in the fact that Dawn was beaten with
Hot Wheels tracks.
I think more parents should beat kids with Hot Wheels tracks.
Yes.
Maybe we wouldn't have people stealing.
Maybe
Maybe if my parents beat me with a Hot Wheels track, I wouldn't have dined and dashed.
We were. My brother is still triggered by it because I was faster than him.
Yeah.
So, like the two of you get it together, but I was a track runner. Like I was pretty fast. So poor John.
Yeah.
He got the brunt of it.
Nick is correct, though. My impulsion to over tip now has to
maybe the guilt.
all stem from that.
Mm-hmm.
I just think if you were in the service industry at some point, you tend to be a better tipper.
Yeah.
Because you know what they go through.
Right.
I was
What they put up with.
I was out to dinner.
Yeah.
I was out to lunch on Saturday, and it was a big group of us. It was family members and stuff, and they took care of the bill. And I felt so like not contributing that I took $20 out of my own wallet and I handed it to the server.
Oh, see, no, I don't do that. When I go out
Here's
with
an
when
extra.
I go out with the in-laws and they pick up the tab, I go top shelf liquor, the whole bit.
And then hope that they give a proper tip.
That's correct. Yeah.
Robots. No, I didn't think that my in-laws were not going to tip properly. I know they would. I just felt guilty about not having contributed. That I was like, here's an extra 20 for the server.
My wife says she stole lipstick once.
Yeah, everybody who it was a thing. You know what I mean? Especially when you're a teenager, you do it and then you're not proud of it.
Caught my daughter trying to sneak a cheese stick up to bed a few nights ago. I had to lay down the law around 8:30.
Robot Speed 989 says Greg and Harry should make a dine and dash PSA.
Yeah,
this is Greg Stocker and Harry Mays with dining and dashing. A long time ago, Harry in the 80s and Greg in the 90s dined and dash. We are proud of it.
Do you remember, Mays? Do you remember the meal or what you ordered or what was on the receipt?
I mean, it had to be at 3 a.m. Pancakes were definitely
thing.
on the order.
So you were at like a Waffle House type setting or something to that effect?
Yeah. It wasn't a Waffle House, but it was
right.
it was like a Berks County version.
Okay.
Yeah.
This woman on TikTok does not like military discounts. People find the weirdest stuff to complain about.
Please protect me, but you do not get 20% off.
This gray-haired, no, she's not gray-haired, excuse me. This short-haired liberal woman.
We'll call her Butch.
She took the time out of her day to go on TikTok and release a video of how she does not like or think we need to give military discounts because they're already. Well, let's let her explain.
You know, this might not be a popular topic, but I have an opinion about the military.
Okay, good.
I don't like that we give our military guys 10% discounts and different things at different businesses because they're already living off the taxpayer dollar. And some of them get benefits, you know, on different places throughout their life, even after they're not serving. So even if they went and served a year, they're like, oh, I still get a discount for the rest of my life because I served for 1 year. Like, what about us who are paying for those taxes for our whole life and we get no break, we get no benefit for supporting our military and for paying for them all these years? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. They get benefits for so many different things, and then they can like still go on base even after they're out, and they can get tax-free food and like buy it on base, and like I don't know, I don't even know all the stuff that happens that they get all these benefits. But
does she have a pillow in her sweater?
I don't like it. I think we should get benefits, not them.
It looks like she swallowed the hopeful lovebird.
It looks like she swallowed the governor of West Virginia.
Yes.
You guys are coming full circle now.
All right, so let me educate Chunks a little bit here on TikTok. All right, listen up, Spike. So, enlisted service members with a pay grade of E1, they make $2,017.20 per month. New officers make $3,800 per month. Now, extrapolate that over the course of a calendar year, you space cadet. They make less than 40 grand a year to protect America, and you're bitching on TikTok about them getting 10 or 20% off an item.
But I bet she's anti-Doge and Elon Musk.
She's anti saying, no, thank you, I'm full.
Yes.
Shame on her.
And this is why I back the blue. This is why I support the Travis Manion Foundation, because of ingrates like her.
By the way, I'm all for hot takes. You know what I mean? Like, you want to come at me, have a take, don't suck,
right.
Back it up. I'm fine with that. But like, you're doing it on TikTok while you're driving, and like, it's just it's stupid.
While you're in a Quad X sweater.
Yeah. Now, how many people do you think saw that on TikTok? Because I'm not on TikTok. I don't know how it works. Like, how many followers could she really have had?
More people heard that right now in Chester County than watched it on TikTok. So, this
117,000.
117,000 views it has.
17,000 views.
Oh, 17,000 views. Okay.
Wow, okay.
She has 17,000 views.
Okay.
And she's getting ripped.
That's what she should.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
That's what she should. Everybody this is what I don't like. She's driving and she comes up with this thought. She's like, I need to turn on my phone and have this take and put it out on TikTok.
Well, I do have takes that just pop in. You know, it's like Ray in Ghostbusters. It's like the Stay Puft Marshmallow.
It just pops.
It just pops in there.
It just pops.
But
in
I
there.
usually just email myself so that when I get home to prep, I can.
You don't forget it.
Regurgitate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of my best work happens either on the can or driving the girls to dance when I'm stuck in traffic on Germantown Pike with Taylor Swift playing, and it just the thought pops in there.
Sounds horrifying.
And that's
Really
where the
does.
that's how the big take is concocted.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to give you the secrets of the sauce, folks.
But the bigger point is, I would love to know this woman's, what is her job? Where does she work? Because military discounts, by the way, these are private companies who can do whatever they want.
Yep.
So they should charge her 10% more just for being an angry, ornery woman.
Yeah.
Yes.
With a bad haircut. Get on over to YouTube if you want to see a bunch of girls in bikinis.
What?
All right, I'm there.
I would like to claim that I found this myself. I found this late at night. Friday night.
How late? So this is Liberty Hangout TV is where it's from. I'm not really sure what it is, but they went to spring break. You know, it's the spring break time of year, so they asked a bunch of questions to a bunch of college students in bikinis. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Make sure you like and subscribe while you're there. You want to see how doomed we are as a society, as a country.
Yes, and if you are one of these people that hangs on every factoid, you're going to get very triggered by this.
Roll it.
Who did the colonists fight in the Revolutionary War?
Oh, God. In the Revolutionary War?
It was, I don't know if this is right. I mean, it sounds so stupid. Was it the Spanish? Wait, what are your majors?
Business. Biology.
Okay. Elementary education.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
What shape is the U.S. Pentagon building?
Isn't it just a square?
How many U.S. senators are there?
6, 7. 6, 7.
How many amendments are in the Bill of Rights?
There's a lot. I know 17.
Who won the Civil War?
Oh, shoot. It's East or West, right?
Well, it's the Civil War, so it's the civilians versus whoever was in power. How many justices are on the Supreme Court?
Justices. So, like when you say that, like you mean like the FBI?
Who was on the $100 bill?
Oh, I know.
Abraham Lincoln?
Nope.
Abraham Lincoln? Come on, bro.
That's the First Amendment. What's the second?
Right to vote?
Name 3 states that border Canada. We'll just do one per person.
Asia.
I didn't know Canada had a border.
Asia borders Canada.
Hey, they need Nick Kale's globe.
I might have to pull the globe out, to be honest.
Yes.
Nick Kale's globe.
If that wasn't the perfect advertisement for defunding the Department of Education, I don't know what is.
Right.
And by the way, guys, there's Dawn, if you want to torture yourself, there's a 25-minute video clip of that, of just this nonsense. This is why we need to bring David Menti onto 1210 so he can show up that Gen X or Gen Z is not a bunch of brain dead R words.
How many amendments are in the Bill of Rights?
Yeah.
17?
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Asia
borders Canada.
And it's part of the United States.
And it's a state, not a country. She didn't ask what country, what 3 states. By the way, can we answer that? Let's see if we can answer that. I'm going to guess.
What?
I'm going to say Michigan, New York,
Minnesota,
and Minnesota,
North Dakota,
Montana, yeah. Montana's the only one I know.
Washington.
I'm heading to spring break as well.
Yeah.
No. She said
where was that? Panama City.
I don't know. I don't know where that was, but we're in trouble, guys.
One of my great regrets of being a commuter to college and also getting married at the age of 12 is never attending spring break.
I never did either.
Really?
Oh, you guys missed out.
Stensland, did you go to Florida or anywhere for spring break?
Nope.
No. Stalker, Harry, Stalker actually went to coastal Carolina where spring break is year round.
Oh, that is spring break.
That's why I went there. That's why I only spent a year there, too, because I didn't get a lot done.
Yeah, you and Dustin Johnson from the PGA Tour.
By the way, I was there so long ago, they didn't even have a football team yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was that new. They were just building the stadium when I left. Wow. Speaking of college, these Columbia graduates tear up their diplomas over the college caving to Trump.
And by the way, they have diplomas in gender studies.
I mean, they should have torn up their diplomas anyway. Cut 12.
Graduates of the School of International and Public Affairs chanted Free Palestine as they destroyed their sheepskins. It was Alumni Day on campus. The protests are in support of Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia grad student and protester now held by ICE agents. And they also object to the concessions made to curb protests on campus.
We will continue to rage at this institution
until
Mahmoud Khalil is free. Students are free to fight for Palestinian rights and liberation.
So, along the theme of save democracy, burn Teslas, you went to Columbia, probably spent $300,000 to finance your education.
Yep.
You finally get that worthless piece of paper, and you rip it up.
Yep.
If I was the parents of these punks, I mean, I would defund my own child. I really would.
Yeah.
Well, that one woman, her parents might be dead already. She was like 50, 60 years old. It's some shrew. It's like a gang of shrews. It's all the same women just being bussed around at different locations, wearing different T-shirts, carrying different signs.
Well, I just have the question of all these different individuals, especially those from other countries. And to your point, there was a woman that isn't getting the headlines that Kayal's getting, but 30 years old. So she was somebody who had written op-eds reportedly and promoted Hamas and that sort of thing. And so she also then was detained in a Louisiana prison. And so all of these people, I'm like, are they getting into these so-called Ivy League schools ahead of like American-born students? Are they getting aid and financial aid that's based in our tax dollars ahead of, American-born kids?
Yeah. Didn't they already prove that Harvard was doing that?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Harvard was discriminating against Asian Americans. Yeah.
Right.
Who had all the credentials to get in.
Right.
So that's crazy.
Yep.
And wrong.
This you played Gavin Newsom, who was on with Bill Maher, Nick, a little bit in the Big Take. He was asked about the trans competing in sports, and people are pointing out rightly that he's kind of completely done a 180 on that.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah, with all these, especially with the podcast, with all the right wing guys he's had on. This is not some come to Jesus moment.
Yep.
He's providing the receipts, just like Kamala, that he's a flip flopper.
All right, let's roll cut 10 here.
They've got to mature about this.
So what do you say to people who say, well, this sounds all very good, but Governor, you were the poster boy for a lot of this stuff. I see today the Trump administration they talked about, I don't know if this is true, but they talked about the fact that California had a rule that schools cannot be required to notify parents if their kids in school have changed their gender, their pronouns. That's the kind of thing, even though it doesn't affect a lot of people, that makes a lot of people go, well, you know what? That's the party without common sense. Now, if that's your state, how are you?
Well, I just disagree with that. I mean, the law was you would be fired. A teacher would be fired if a teacher did not report or snitch on a kid talking about their gender identity. I just think that was wrong. I think teachers should teach. I don't think they should be required to turn in kids. And by the way,
we're talking about their parents. How can you snitch? The idea of a snitch and a parent to me doesn't compute.
Well, I don't. But what is the job of a teacher? It's to teach. If Johnny's talking about some identity issue or some issue about liking someone of the same sex, is the teacher's job to then report that? By the way, in this law, the teacher can still do that, but they can't be fired if that's it can't be fired if that's not what they do.
I thought it was great. I actually watched a lot of that episode on Friday. So Bill Maher pretty much saying, wait, you're the ringleader, or we're the ringleader for a lot of this left-wing absurdity. I'll tell you right now, he can do all the image repair work, all the advocating in 2025, 2026, 2027. But when the time comes and he officially declares for 2028, the receipts are going to come out. And I think he's drawing dead in the poker game of the presidency.
Yeah, he's cooked.
Yeah.
That's not to say that a Democrat won't win. I just don't think it will be him.
It won't be him.
Well, I think a lot of people can see through his obvious.
What's with the weird
phony? He does that all the time.
I know.
All the time.
It's bizarre.
With the hands, he talks with his hands, but not in like a.
And he's not Italian.
Not a Tony Bruno way.
No.
Speaking of California. Remember a couple months ago, we covered a lot the Pacific Palisades fires. A lot of homes were destroyed. A lot of buildings were destroyed. A lot of land. A lot of things were destroyed.
Yeah, how's Karen Bass doing these days?
So you ask, I'm sure a lot of you are asking, this is Cut 17, Phil. I'm sure a lot of you are asking why, how it's coming with the rebuilding process. Because
very slow.
I'm sure. Well, slow is not the word.
Non-existent.
January 16th, by the way, these fires were at March 31st. How are the permits coming along to rebuild these homes?
All right. Well, there is also this. A new report is claiming that Los Angeles has only issued 4 permits to rebuild homes, more than 3 months since the Pacific Palisades fire destroyed more than 5,000 buildings.
This comes months after President Trump visited L.A. and urged embattled Mayor Karen Bass to speed up the process.
Chanley Painter is here with all of the details. Hey, Chanley.
Hey, good morning. So just a handful of Los Angeles residents have received approval to begin rebuilding their homes as of last week, according to the Los Angeles Times. The first permit issued was submitted to city inspectors on February 17th. It was approved March 5th, about 2 months after the fire swept through the Pacific Palisades and surrounding area, destroying or seriously damaging more than 6,000 homes. The first permit was for repairs to a fire-damaged home. At least 2 other permits have been approved for a full home rebuild. And while these first few permits are being touted by the Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass as a milestone in the city's recovery, local leaders and residents are criticizing the slow process. Council member Tracy Park said it was concerning that only 4 permits had been issued as of March 24th, saying, quote, "I don't think it's a lack of interest in rebuilding. I suspect it is indicative of systemic issues that we need to continue to focus on."
Holy cow.
4 out of how many? Hundreds of thousands?
Yeah.
30,000, 80,000?
Adam Carolla predicted this. He said
yeah.
that was going to happen.
Can you imagine the amount of red tape you have to cut through in the state of California to get anything done?
That's what it is.
That's what it is,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
The Democrats love layers upon layers upon layers of red tape. You can't cut through it with scissors. But you know what? That's actually progress compared to Biden spending $42 million on rural internet access, to which 0 homes were ever hooked up.
Yep.
To the tune of $42 billion.
Yep.
So by that standard, Karen Bass she's on her way to the Hall of Fame.
Well, that's everybody's complaint. I mean, Bill Maher has complained about it on Real Time about California, is that to get anything done there's so much bureaucratic red tape. It takes years and years and years.
Yeah. Maze, you have a buddy or friends that live in the West Coast, California, right?
They moved out because of all this nonsense.
Okay.
They're back here now.
They're smart.
Yeah.
Smart people.
Yes.
All right, guys, that's what I got.
All right, there we go.
Good stuff.
The never-ending cut sheet.
Harry Mays, thank you very much, buddy.
Woohoo!
See you next week.
Next week
in studio.
In studio.
That's right.
Correct.
Next Monday, I guess I got to pick you up, huh?
Yes, you do.
All right. I'll set my alarm a little bit earlier. That ought to be a joyous ride in.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Harry.
You guys are going to do a show before you even get here.
Yeah, we'll have a 6-pack.
Oh, great.
Of coffee.
We'll have a 6-pack.
Of coffee, and then we'll get pulled over for DWC. There you go. Harry Mays, thanks,
Woo!
bud.
Good job, buddy.
All right. Quick break. We'll come back, get to a big 3 from Dawn, and then all the bells and whistles down the stretch we come on a Monday. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And reporting live from the Piazza Premium Automobiles studio, because Piazza Premium Automobiles featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, and they're powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's our grand reopening sales event, and we're pulling out all the stops all month long during this event. Start your savings at Colonial with invoice pricing. You pay what we pay, no markups, plus an additional savings of up to $3,000 in rebates. And you can top it all off with incredible finance offers like 0% financing for 60 months. Save stacks of cash by stacking on the savings all month long during our grand reopening sales event. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We have over 300 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and more. Pay invoice on every vehicle in stock only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Trade bonus over KBB fair value. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. We have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years. And so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, VANARIA, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell him you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on your conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Call 855-415-ROTH for a free personalized analysis. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I love sticking people.
Kayal and Company, as we continue here on a warm Monday morning. If you're watching on YouTube, it is currently 64.9 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. All the bells and whistles down the stretch, including Today in Music History from Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip for a cool prize, as well as what is on tap for The Dawn Show, and also today, Philly's home opener.
If we have time, if we have time too, I want to play a video of a plane full of illegals being deported back to Venezuela.
Hopefully it was one of the people on that flight was our buddy that I mentioned in the Big Take, the migrant influencer, who went viral 2 years ago for teaching other illegal immigrants how to squat on properties and get away with it. Remember that trend that was sweeping the country for a good bit, swatting. But they kind of snuffed that out in Florida. DeSantis put an end to that. That's good work by him.
Good work by
All right,
DeSantis.
let's get caught up in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9:28.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
And Big 3 at 9 on this Phillies home openers day. I don't think I have a sponsor for this one. We are in for it, so let's talk about it. We've got, number one, I'll take you to some news we haven't talked about this morning yet. New Mexico court, a judge is weighing whether or not to block the disclosure of records from the investigation into the deaths of actor Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy. So the couple's estate is trying to block this. There are all these different people that want to know, want transparency, want to know exactly what they died of and that sort of thing. This is a Santa Fe-based judge who scheduled the hearing for today, considering the request from the estate representatives to seal everything, seal the photos, seal any video, any documentation. They want to protect the family's constitutional rights to privacy. However, there are others that say there should be some level of transparency. Some of these should be public records. And so initially the court put a temporary hold on the release of these records pending this hearing that is scheduled to happen today. You may recall the partially mummified remains of Hackman and Arakawa were found in their Santa Fe home. That was back on February 26, when some maintenance and security workers showed up at the house, alerted police. Now, they have confirmed and released the information, officials there, saying that Mr. Hackman, obviously legendary actor, 95 years old, died of heart disease with complications from Alzheimer's. And that was about a week after his wife died. She died first. She's about 30 years younger, but apparently her cause of death had been listed as the hantavirus.
Hantavirus, yes.
Hantavirus, pulmonary syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
That's the rare rodent-borne disease.
Yeah, I think Road Warrior was assuming that all along.
You called it.
Yeah, he did. He did.
It was that disease, by the way, that hantavirus is frightening because it comes from mouse poop. And we've, I mean, how many of us have had mice in our house? Now, thank God it's not really, I think there have been like 26 cases in Pennsylvania. Like there's not a ton in like 30 years.
So we shouldn't get vaccinated for it,
but
get boosters.
But in that part of the country, like New Mexico and the places where it's dry like that, where there's a lot of mice, it's a big issue.
Did you guys also see the report out there with Hackman and his wife's death that the bodies went unclaimed for a stretch?
Yeah.
There's some weird disconnect with the family.
Yeah, I don't think he talks to his kids. I think that was kind of
his 3 kids from a previous marriage.
Yeah.
Pretty sad story. So we should find that out.
Did they say why they're investigating?
I think there are people who suspect there's something else in there and they want the answers. And so they're saying out of a freedom of information request, some of this should be public record, coroner reports, that sort of thing, because we all pay for the police to, you know what I mean? But the family is saying this has to do with privacy rights, the estate, I should say, managers. Number 2 in our big 3, that there are some new studies that say healthy eating, especially in your 40s, 50s, and 60s, is the key to living longer, healthier lives.
New studies or common sense?
Yeah, right?
I love all these studies. By the way, not to finish your story, I'm going to make a public declaration here. I started yesterday.
Oh, boy.
My wife can confirm this, but I'll let you finish your story first.
So these are researchers working along with University of Copenhagen, University of Montreal. They contributed to this. It was published in the journal Nature Medicine. And they're saying that a moderate intake of healthy animal-based foods, along with a lower intake of those ultra-processed foods, we talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
This really raises your chances of reaching age 70 with in other words, reaching age 70 and feeling and looking great and having cognitive, physical, and mental health, and no major diseases.
Just to reach age 70?
Just to reach age 70.
Seems like a lot of work.
Here's the thing with humanity right now and technology and everything. Don't you think at this point our lifespan should be like 110?
Yes.
I do, honest to God. Like, I'm not making a joke.
But if you sit on your butt all day and use the benefits of technology to be lazy, you kind of set yourself back and you go in the wrong direction. Right?
Yeah.
This is a major study. They used health data. They looked at 105,000 women and men between the ages of 39 to 69. And they've been studying this. It began with a study from Nurses Health Study and Health Professionals Study. So they've been following up on this. A 30-year study, 105,000 people. So 39 to 69. Quite a vast study, if you will. And looking at their eating plans, looking at everything about them.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, this is a fascinating, piece of research because it extends over 3 decades, men and women. And so they investigated the participants' consumption of ultra-processed foods containing things like added sugar, added sodium, as well as those unhealthy fats.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting about that, we think that RFK Jr. and MAHA is something new, but there are a lot of health groups and researchers who've been looking at this for many decades.
Okay.
And so healthy aging, what they're saying here, there's a healthy aging index. I don't know if you told this, but if you watch all of this very carefully with a healthy diet rich in fruits, veggies, whole grains, nuts, legumes, healthy fats, and watch on any labeling for things like added sugar. That's a big no-no.
Mm-hmm.
These additives.
Yep.
So,
Breakfast here this
what?
morning. No, I'm just
What did you have for
I'm
breakfast?
just looking at my breakfast to see how much added sugar. I don't know where my bar is.
Where's your bar?
Go for a bar.
Where
right
is
about
it?
now.
Where is it?
You can't find it.
I can't find it.
Uh-oh.
Keep going.
He's not going to live. Keep going. I'm killing him. He's like, you're killing me. Just go on.
Keep going.
And number 3, I just have to go with our beautiful, fabulous Philadelphia, our Philadelphia Phillies home opener today. Exciting day for us. 3:05 is your first pitch. And as of right now, looking at the weather, it looks like we hold out until, at the very least, the 9th inning. So 3:05 pitch, we should get this game in.
Yeah, Sanchez.
76 degrees the high today.
Minus 250 favorite. If you lay 2.5 to 1 in baseball, you're a sucker. Don't ever do it. It's not worth it. You got to win 3 in a row to make up for your losses. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Woohoo! So we should get the game in just fine. Late day storms, though, and that will bring in a breezier, colder tomorrow. So 76 today. Get out there and enjoy it in every way you can, because it looks like starting tomorrow, we're only at 57, Wednesday 55. So a big drop, about 20-degree drop for us. That's Kayal & Company, Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. I will give you the new thing that I started yesterday.
Uh-oh.
In line with what Dawn had for number 2 in her Big 3 in a moment. But
Number
first,
2? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, number 2. Greg is in the Northeast, and Greg wants to give a recap of what he learned on today's program. Hello, Greg.
I like this.
Hello, guys. Been listening since 5:58. Your new start time.
We started 5:58.
Woo!
I've been all the way coming up from down south. But here's what I've learned. I learned Nick Kayal's got the life expectancy of a gnat or a lightning bug.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
One, yeah, that's good.
Craig Stocker.
Yeah.
Harry Mazer wanted delinquent. fugitives of the law.
It's true, too. Yep.
Dawn doesn't take any drugs.
Yeah, it's true.
No supplements.
Yep.
Must be on cocaine to keep up on her lifestyle. To keep her. Harry Mays, Nick Kayal, and Greg Stocker are fat-shaming retards.
Oh,
That's
no.
what I get it from the show. All right?
That's
Dawn,
not right.
That's a sin. You would never say that. Dawn would never say that.
No,
Never
Dawn's
say
here
that.
to balance this out.
Thank God the females have progressed as a species. We have not.
We have
Which
not.
is fine with us.
I agree. Although they shouldn't be allowed to vote if they vote Democrat, though. That much I would still say.
Well, they can go with the lady with the nice hairdo and didn't like the military. Military.
Yeah, that was Chunk. That's my pet name for her.
Chunk. And then the other one was we found out that the young people need some history lessons and regular civics.
Yeah.
Amen.
Because it's shameful.
Yeah.
I mean, we laugh about it, but when if they were goofing around to be one thing, they were not goofing around.
No.
They have absolutely no, and they're in college, for crying out loud.
And I think they are sober. I don't think they were drunk in that video.
That's true.
You know,
That's
Greg,
a
I
good
thought
one.
today the big takeaway would be that Trump wanted to run for a third term, but here we are. We're just talking about everything other than that.
Greg summed up today's show perfectly.
That is a good
That's it,
recap.
Greg.
Good job, Greg, in the
Nice
Northeast.
work out of Greg.
Yeah.
Woo.
So yesterday was March 30th,
Yep.
and my wife and I are moving out of our townhouse June 30th, going into our new palatial estate.
Wow. That's big news.
Yeah, it's
Congratulations.
Yeah, it'll be 3,000 square feet bigger than Mar-a-Lago. It's got 22 bathrooms and 35 bedrooms.
Wow.
But I said, you know what? I'm ready for a health change.
You really think that this industry is going to be here for a while, huh?
I'm just hoping that
I'm just kidding.
hoping that I can be here for a long time.
I'm kidding.
So I decided I'm going to lose 15 pounds. And I'm going to do it in 90 days.
90
So that's not like, some like, hey, 15 pounds in 15 days, ridiculous thing. And I am officially, and you can hold me to this, I might get on the scale today. We'll take a picture. It's probably going to come in around 213 or so. I need to get below 200.
Okay.
I can't carry it anymore.
Yeah.
I look like a schlub.
Okay.
I've got things that are jiggling in places that I shouldn't have places. So I have decided yesterday, we went grocery shopping, completely clean, completely healthy. Not saying I'm eating organic, but black coffee, berries, nuts, granola, Greek fat-free yogurt, egg whites. I had an egg white spinach omelet for breakfast yesterday. Can't pull that off with our wake-up call now, but I will do my best in that regard. I'll probably still eat the crappy eggs that I buy in the frozen section.
They aren't egg beaters, are they?
No. They're not
No,
egg
because those
beaters.
are being, they have bleach in them, so
Yeah.
they've just recalled them. So egg beaters.
Total portion control for lunch and dinner.
Amen.
Ground turkey, chicken, tilapia fish. I can't do salmon. I don't like salmon.
What?
Really?
I don't like
What's
salmon.
wrong with you?
Salmon's my favorite.
It's my favorite too.
All sorts of good vegetables and fruits. No alcohol.
None. In 90 days.
For 3 straight months. I will
Wow.
go booze-free and energy drink-free starting after today's nap.
Wow.
So I am going to get down to 197 or 198.
Good job, buddy.
Before the 4th of July.
Good job.
Because honestly, I got on the treadmill Saturday with my daughter Mia, who's now into like this exercise kick. And after I did 30 minutes on the treadmill, because she was walking at a real like sluggish pace, because she didn't really care. She just wanted to keep walking and watch her YouTube on her phone. I had to stay on the treadmill for 30 minutes. And when I got off, I felt like a pig. I said, you know what? It took my 10-year-old to let me know that I need to drop some weight. I'm getting too complacent now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Well, congratulations.
Not on the show, but like in maintaining my body.
This will be good. This will be good for you. This will be good for you.
I'm trying to stay a sex symbol. And it's not working.
He's too sexy for his bicycle.
Wow.
So I'm going to do a little scale photo today. You will
Yeah.
see nothing but my bare toes. And I know you guys love when I pull the sandals out.
Oh, God.
Which, by the way, sandal season's coming.
Can you not document everything on social media? Like,
I'm just gonna post the weight. It'll probably be 213, 214. And my question to you guys is, how often should I do a picture post update with the weight loss? Should I do it weekly, bi-weekly,
Bi-weekly.
monthly? What do you want?
Bi-weekly.
By the way, John writes, if you're 5'10", you should be 165 pounds.
I know. We've talked about that. Yeah, the BMI by body charts, I would be labeled obese.
Yeah,
I think anything above like 185 is obese.
Those BMI charts are wrong.
Well, they're wrong. I look much better at like 195 than 165, and also much better than at 215. Can't be 5'9", 215. I look like a little
5'9" or 5'10"?
No, I'm 5'9". I'll admit it. Yeah.
He's
Stalker snuffed that out.
He's barely 5'9".
with socks.
I was just gonna say, I'm a full head taller than you. And
you are,
and I'm 6'2".
Yeah, you are. Yeah, so I'm going to do it, and I'm going to pull it off. And for those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
That's true.
Okay?
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs. Which, by the way, no more pizza, no more pasta, brown rice only, small portions.
Well, then let me ask you this: how are you going to maintain this? Because it's not just something to lose the weight. Then you have to maintain it and keep it off.
Yeah, I mean,
so what are you going to do to maintain the healthy lifestyle?
If after 3 months I achieve my goal, I'll allow a cheat day once a week where I won't just eat the whole pizza like I used to. Yeah, it'll be 2 slices.
I don't need you in here cranky at 6 a.m.
No, I think I'm actually going to end up better. More energy, natural energy, right?
If booze and carbs keeps you calm and focused in the morning,
It's my safe space, Greg.
Then I need that. I don't need you.
Don't booze and carb shame me. Okay? I'm going to go on TikTok and cry about it. All right, we'll come back.
I think, Dawn, in all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan is like,
you guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do. All right, Kayal and Company, we'll come back and we'll get to Today in Music History, the movie clip, and what's on tap for The Dawn Show. Stay right there. We're back after this.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
The big media are out to stop President Trump at any cost. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all the same. President Trump doesn't trust the big media, even Fox News. Now, millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. Nielsen reports almost 30 million Americans tuned into Newsmax last quarter. And President Trump is one. He watches Newsmax and says it's terrific. So tune in tonight to watch Rob Finnerty's series, The Big Media's War on Trump. Every night, Rob Finnerty is exposing their big lies and gives you the straight talk you want. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems. Or download the free Newsmax app on your phone or home TV now. Millions have made the switch to Newsmax. You should too.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I know when to go out, know when to stay in, get things done.
Kayal and Company. 9:49 as we roll on, getting set to hand it off to Dawn, top of the hour. We will find out what she has lined up in just a moment.
Bad job by me, guys. I'm sorry.
What?
Brand manager fail. We have Phillies tickets to give away all week, and I'm waiting until 9:50 to say it. It's a bad job by me. I'm going to need to have a meeting with myself. I'm definitely going to have a meeting with myself. Phillies and San Francisco Giants, Tuesday, April 15th.
April 15th.
So we'll do Morning Mystery Movie Clip. Tomorrow, I think we're going to do trivia.
Yeah. Trivia Tuesday.
Geez, man.
All week long.
I saw this yesterday because Walter does a great job. He sent me the emails over the weekend. And I got all consumed, and I just completely forgot.
Well, you got to
know your load.
Exactly. You didn't. All week long, a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the San Francisco Giants on Tuesday, April 15th for a 6:45 p.m. first pitch, Citizens Bank Park. It is Jackie Robinson Day. Prior to the game, the Phillies will host an on-field tribute to celebrate the legacy of number 42. For tickets and info, visit Phillies.com.
It's a great prize. This is a great prize.
Weather should be nice by mid-April. Beautiful night at the ballpark.
Yeah.
Get yourself a s'mores quesadilla and watch the Phillies tune up the crazy team from the Bay Area. All right, before we get to Phil Almquist, let's see if you can identify a movie to win these Philly tickets. Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
Now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Come on, let's keep playing. Hey, make it hurt. I think he's dead. He's not dead. He's drunk.
That's not me.
Here. What a mess. A lot of smoking, too. Listen. What do we do? Nothing. It ain't good to us sober either. Opening day is tomorrow. We don't know what the batting order is. We don't even have our position set or anything. All we got is a karaoke for our manager.
Think you know what it is?
Great movie.
You call it 12 at 855-839-1210.
Speaking of on PC.
And you can win this great prize.
And again, those prizes all week long. A pair of tickets for the Phillies and the Giants Tuesday, April 15th, 6:45. Citizens Bank Park, Jackie Robinson Day. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
If you don't win them today, we're giving them away all this week at 9:50.
Yes.
So make sure if you don't win them today, 9:50 all this week, we'll be giving.
By the way, my first date with my wife was a Phillies-Giants game in
Was it really?
2004.
Oh,
First year in the
2004.
stadium here.
Okay. It's back when
Fascinating.
Barry Bonds, John Lieber.
You know, I share things.
Well, surprised you weren't there for a concert.
That's true, but, you know.
Yeah.
Phil Almquist, did you ever dine and dash?
No, I did not dine and dash.
Have you ever just stayed in your house for a weekend and done nothing?
No, absolutely not. I just can't do that.
Okay. There you go. Speaking of Phil Almquist, fresh off of the second installment of This Week in Music History on Saturday night, that once again outrated NBC's SNL.
I really enjoyed this week's show, by the way.
I did too.
It was a great job, yeah.
Yeah, you talked me back off that cliff.
I liked the liberal, making the liberals cry.
Oh, my God. That segment was so fun.
Yeah.
Hysterical.
All right, let's get down to business. Phil Almquist, what occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 31st, we celebrate the birthdays of Eric Turner from Warren, who's 61, Tony Brock from the Babies, who's 71, Mick Ralph from Mott the Hoople and Bad Company, who's 81, Sean Hopper from Huey Lewis and the News, and Angus Young from AC/DC, who's now 70. Singers include Highway Tune by Greta Van Fleet in 2017, Patience by Guns N' Roses in 89, Nothing at All by Heart in 86, and Johnny Be Good by Chuck Berry in 58. Albums include Adrenalize by Def Leppard in 92, Animal Magnetism by the Scorpions in 80, Led Zeppelin's debut in the UK in 69, and Leonard Skinner live at the Cardiff Capitol Theatre in 2009. Also in 2011, Men at Work lost an appeal that found their 1983 hit single was partly copied from a folk song. In 95, Jimmy Page escaped from being knifed when someone rushed the stage at a Page and Plant show in Michigan. I actually saw that tour in Greater Boston. In 84, Footloose by Kenny Loggins is atop the singles chart. In 67, Jimi Hendrix set fire to his guitar live for the very first time. And in 74, Tom Perry married his first wife after they met at the age of 17. And their relationship inspired the song Edge of 17 by Stevie Nicks. But lastly, as I close down the 300th today in music history, yes, I
Wow.
am still counting. On this day in 95, Selena died by being shot by her former personal assistant and former fan club president Yolanda Salivar. And last week, she was denied parole again. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
There he is, Phil Almquist, and all the
Phil timers out there.
getting their fix on a Monday. All right, so Tim is in Delco. He's identified the movie. He's got the Phillies tickets. Tim, what movie did we just play for you, sir?
Flip Bad News Bears.
That is correct. Yes, congratulations, Tim. You've got yourself a pair of tickets to the Phillies and Giants, so congratulations.
All
Good
this
work
week.
out of you.
All this week, 9:50.
That's right. And the bad news is for all the Bears fans out there in the NFL, get ready for another 5-win season. All right, so
Michael
Dawn's...
Palka.
Huh?
Michael Palka.
Michael. He's a Bears fan?
He is.
Jesus. Stalker hires all these guys that are non-Eagle fans. Unbelievable. All right, I know Dawn's an Eagles fan, and I know she's up in 5 minutes. What do we have lined up today, Dawn?
Yeah, so coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we'll talk all things Trump with our friend Stephen Moore, who, of course, longtime economic advisor to President Trump and visiting fellow at the Heritage Foundation. We'll talk about the tariffs. We'll talk about everything that's going on. Maybe we'll slip in a little bit of Greenland in there, but we'll talk about all of that with the economy, with what's happening on April 2nd coming up. So we'll get the economic outlook from Stephen Moore, a true insider. And coming up, I will start off with a little bit of a take on the weekend's events with Trump just yesterday on Air Force One as he was holding that impromptu news conference. So we'll talk about Trump off the top, but then we have a real treat. So do you guys remember this show, Bosch? I don't know if you remember this show, but Larry and I love this show. It's Titus Welliver and Michael Connelly joining us. He's a great actor, and a show called Bosch that is addictive, but he's a great actor as well. So taking a little break at 10:15, we'll talk all things with Titus and get a take on some of his latest works.
Okay.
So we'll take a little bit of, and by the way, it's this week coming up in Florence, Italy. Just checking the forecast.
Oh, stop. No, you're not doing this to us. You're not doing this to us.
70 degrees and sunny.
Oh, God.
It looks lovely in northern Italy, my friends.
Have to fill 2 weeks worth of hosts. Thank you very much for that. I don't know why I say yes to this. At the time, it seems like a great idea, then it's not.
Yeah. All right. Well, Dawn, enjoy it. We've got 2 more days, and then Dawn will be off to Italy.
And then she has to talk to us right now about natural lawn.
Tell us about it, Dawn.
Got to think about my lawn is in good hands, even when we're in northern Italy. Got to talk about Natural Lawn of America. Great local company. But if you're looking at a lawn care service right now, and now is the time that you got to take care of things, it makes sense, right, to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family, for your kids, for your grandkids, for your pets. And that's why years ago I chose Natural Lawn of America. That is my longtime lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, here's what they believe in. They want to grow greener, healthier lawns without all the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. From the organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally. And this is season after season. So just schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. Do this today. Seriously, they're great. You're going to love it. And you're going to get free seeding every year if you want that greener, healthier lawn, plus the free seeding. 800 free seed. That's what you call 800 free seed. Your lawn deserves the best. Call the best. Choose my lawn care company. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys.